Chapter 1078. It's not an ordinary soul-fixing root? A hint of confusion could be seen in Lu Rui's eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian had woken up from his stupor. He did not know what Duan Ling Tian meant at all. Yes. Duan Ling Tian, who was awakened by Lu Rui, had an excited expression on his face. An ordinary soul-fixing root has a straight root. However, once it has lived for more than 1,000 years, its root will begin to curl up. The longer it lives in this world, the more its root will curl up. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the soul-fixing root that was completely curled up in his hand. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. If that's the case, doesn't this mean that this soul-fixing root has existed for a very long time? Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Elder Duan, can you deduce how long it has lived in this world? Judging from the degree to which its roots have shrunk, it has lived in this world for at least 5,000 years. This soul-fixing root can be called a coiling dragon root, Duan Ling Tian said as he studied the soul-fixing root in his hand. Coiling dragon root. Lu Rui's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, he had heard of the coiling dragon root before. The coiling dragon root was not just a name for a root-shaped medicinal herb. Any rare root-shaped medicinal herb that had lived for more than 5,000 years could be called a coiling dragon root. I can't believe this soul-fixing root has transformed into a coiling dragon root. No wonder I missed it and didn't bring it away, Lu Rui exclaimed. It's a good thing Elder Duan is so knowledgeable that you recognized it with just a glance. Otherwise, even if it continued to stay in our Lu clan's treasure vault, I'm afraid it would only collect dust in the end. Congratulations, Elder Duan. After Lu Rui returned to his senses, he smiled and congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, clan leader. Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked him and put the soul-fixing root away in his spatial ring as though he had just obtained a treasure. Even now, his surging emotions were still unable to calm down for a long time. No matter if it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, they were both extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth in the entire Cloud continent. Many people might not be able to see them in their entire lifetime. Before this, Duan Ling Tian would never have thought he would be able to obtain the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan. Although he had followed Lu Rui to the Lu clan's treasure vault, he had the intention of trying his luck here as a last resort. He never thought that he would be able to find the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass here. Perhaps, this is what they mean by unintentionally planting a willow and growing a shade, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With this soul-fixing root, I can concoct a medicinal liquid for Tian Wu to consume and heal a part of her soul. I only hope that Tian Wu can wake up after the part of her soul is healed, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. In the end, his face was filled with apprehension. Elder Duan, continue looking. See if you can find the soul-stabilizing grass as well, Lu Rui said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded and began to look at the dozens of medicinal herbs in front of him. In the end, he found nothing. There's no soul-stabilizing grass here. Although there was no soul-stabilizing grass, Duan Ling Tian was very surprised to be able to obtain the soul-fixing root. Clan leader, I'd like to return first. Duan Ling Tian was eager to return. He only wanted to concoct the medicinal liquid for Feng Tianwu as soon as possible. He did not want to stay here for even a second longer. All right. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui was also a shrewd person. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice. Both of them left the side hall where the medicinal herbs were stored and walked out. They would return to where they came from. Clan leader, if the clan needs grade 1 pills, you can give me a list. As long as the medicinal herbs are here, I can refine the grade 1 pills for the clan, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Rui solemnly. Putting aside the fact that he still needed to rely on the Lu clan in the future, he now owed the Lu clan a huge favor. Perhaps Lu Rui did not know the true value of the soul-fixing root, but he knew it very well. It was a treasure of heaven and earth that could repair one's soul. It was not something that ordinary rare medicinal herbs could compare to. Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. All right. I'll give you a list later and give you the medicinal herbs, Elder Duan. Grade 1 pills. Although the Lu clan had one as well, it was refined by the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Moreover, they had to pay a huge sum of money. That was not all. The Alchemist Guild's main guild had set a limit every time he refined grade 1 pills for the Lu clan. This made them feel helpless. They could not help but wonder why the clan could not produce another grade 1 alchemist. If the Lu clan could produce a grade 1 alchemist, why would they need to ask the Alchemist Guild's main guild for help? The Lu clan had only produced a grade 1 alchemist close to 1,000 years ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's appearance had given the Lu clan hope. This meant that the Lu clan would no longer have to look for other people if they wanted grade 1 pills in the future. This was one of the reasons why the Lu clan's people, including the clan leader Lu Rui, treated Duan Lingtian with respect when he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and expressed his intention to join the Lu clan. The Lu clan urgently needed a grade 1 alchemist to carry the golden name of the Alchemist clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui left the Lu clan's treasure vault and returned to the east side of the Lu clan's mansion. Elder Duan, you don't have to worry about the soul-fixing herb. I'll get someone to spread the news and offer a reward for the soul-fixing herb. Before they parted ways, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said, However, before that, please draw a detailed picture of the soul-fixing herb for me. My understanding of the soul-fixing herb is limited to the rough records in the ancient books. I'm afraid other people might not be able to recognize the soul-fixing herb even if they see it. Lu Rui told him his plan. Reward? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He took the pen and paper from Lu Rui and quickly drew the soul-fixing herb that he remembered the reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen a few times. He did not let go of any detail. After spending an entire 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally drew a complete soul-stabilizing grass. Good drawing! Lu Rui's eyes gleamed when he saw the lifelike herb on the drawing that Duan Lingtian handed to him. He smiled and said, We'll use this drawing as a blueprint and make tens of thousands of copies. We'll be able to mobilize the entire northern desert and even half of the people in the southern outer land to search for the soul-fixing herb. Clan leader, what kind of reward are you going to use? Duan Lingtian asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Rui muttered to himself, I'll have to think about the reward carefully. An ordinary reward isn't enough to mobilize all the martial artists who know about this matter to help search for the soul-fixing herb. Clan leader, I have a suggestion. A thought popped up in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. Please speak, Elder Duan. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian. How about this? The Lu clan has promised that the person who finds the soul-stabilizing grass will be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. A grade 1 spirit weapon! 10 grade 1 life recovery pills! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, was taken aback. Regardless of whether it was a grade 1 spirit weapon or a grade 1 life recovery pill, they were extremely precious treasures even in the inner land, let alone in the outer land. If they appeared in the outer land, it was enough to make people fight over them. Elder Duan, grade 1 life recovery pills are still manageable. Our Lu clan still has more than 10 of them in stock. Even if we don't have enough, you can still refine them. Lu Rui took a deep breath to calm himself down before he continued. However, as for grade 1 spirit weapons, even our Lu clan only has 4 of them. 3 of them are in the hands of the 3 guardian elders, and 1 of them is in my hands. These 4 grade 1 spirit weapons were passed down from our Lu clan's ancestors. Lu Rui was interrupted as soon as he reached this part of his sentence. Clan leader, I think you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian interrupted Lu Rui. He knew Lu Rui had misunderstood him. Misunderstood? Lu Rui was stunned. Clan leader, I didn't intend to ask the clan for the reward that I suggested earlier. I'm already very grateful that the clan is willing to announce the reward through its extensive network. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, As for the Grade 1 spirit weapon and the 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills, I'll personally pay for them. Lu Rui sighed in relief when he heard this. I forgot that since you're a Grade 1 alchemist, it's not difficult for you to obtain a Grade 1 spirit weapon, Elder Duan. A Grade 1 alchemist could refine Grade 1 pills as long as they had sufficient medicinal herbs. A certain amount of Grade 1 pills could be exchanged for a Grade 1 spirit weapon refined by a Grade 1 weapon craftsman. Naturally, this was just Lu Rui's idea. If Lu Rui knew that the purple-clad young man standing before him was not only a Grade 1 alchemist, but also a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, one could only imagine how he would react. Clan leader, I'll have to trouble you with this, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Don't worry, Elder Duan. Lu Rui nodded. I'll definitely handle this properly for you. With the reward that you promised, I believe even a martial monarch would be tempted to help you look for the soul-stabilizing herb personally. That's exactly what I want. Duan Lingtian smiled. After parting ways with Lu Rui, Duan Lingtian's body flashed like an arrow that was released from a bow, heading straight to the mansion that he was staying in. Tian Wu, elder brother Duan, has already found the soul-stabilizing root. With the 5,000-year medicinal efficacy of the soul-stabilizing root, it's enough to heal half of your soul injury. Chapter 1079. Whoosh! The door was tightly shut, and in the extremely quiet room, a soft sound came out of nowhere. A purple-clad young man stood in front of the bed. A flame appeared in his palm out of thin air. It was a flame that had solidified. The flame was different from an ordinary flame. This was because the flame was completely purple. Not only that, but around the purple flames, there was also a faint layer of golden edges. Purple gold pill fire. It was also a Grade 1 pill fire. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had returned after parting with Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu Clan. Duan Lingtian returned to his room immediately after he returned. After he returned to his room, he carried Feng Tianwu, who was sleeping in the ice coffin, and placed her on the bed. Then, he condensed a Grade 1 pill fire. A soul-fixing root that has survived for 5,000 years can only be smelted by a pill fire of the first grade or above. Duan Lingtian's lips suddenly moved as he muttered to himself. If there was a second person who was sober and heard Duan Lingtian's words, he would definitely be baffled. Isn't a Grade 1 pill fire the highest grade pill fire? How can there be a Grade 1 pill fire or above? That person would definitely ask such a question. Naturally, that person did not know about the existence of quasi-royal grade alchemists and royal grade alchemists. Otherwise, he would not have said that. Royal grade alchemists were the real alchemists who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian casually took out a strange root-shaped medicinal herb. All the roots of the root-shaped medicinal herb were curled together. It looked extremely strange. It was the soul-fixing root. After a while, the soul-fixing root was led by Duan Lingtian to the top of the Grade 1 pill fire, and allowed the Grade 1 pill fire to envelop it completely. After 15 minutes, there was still no change to the soul-fixing root. As expected of a soul-fixing root that has lived for 5,000 years, a Grade 1 pill fire without the help of the cauldron is not enough to smelt it in 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim. Then, Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron and threw the soul-fixing root inside. With the help of the cauldron, Duan Lingtian quickly smelted the soul-fixing root and added some common herbs to successfully refine the medicinal liquid he needed. It wasn't that he didn't want to concoct a condensed pill, but the soul-fixing root after being smelted couldn't be condensed into a pill, so he could only use it to concoct medicinal liquid. Pa! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and slapped his palm on the cauldron. The Grade 1 pill fire surrounded the cauldron's mouth and formed a faint barrier. Whoosh! Subsequently, a puddle of medicinal liquid that was as black as ink shot out like an arrow and pierced through the barrier formed by the Grade 1 pill fire before stopping in midair. An invisible force shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand and guided the pool of medicinal liquid to roll in the air. After putting away the medicine cauldron, Duan Lingtian guided the medicinal liquid to the front of the bed. He used his other hand to help Feng Tianwu up from the bed so that she was half lying on the bed. At the same time, his hand slowly opened Feng Tianwu's slightly dry little mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, the medicinal liquid that Duan Lingtian guided arrived at Feng Tianwu's mouth. Drop by drop, it slowly seeped into her mouth and into her body. After a while, Duan Lingtian sent all the medicinal liquid into Feng Tianwu's body. Tianwu! After everything was done, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy to observe the direction of the medicinal liquid refined by the soul-fixing root. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense it with his spiritual energy. After the medicinal liquid seeped into Feng Tianwu's body, it went straight to her mind. After a while, it gathered in her mind and rushed to her damaged soul. Her soul was like a ball of flame that hung in the depths of her mind and flickered continuously. A corner of Feng Tianwu's soul was damaged. This was also the root cause of her unconsciousness. Whoosh! 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 Waves of medicinal effects gathered in Feng Tianwu's mind and swept out from all directions. In a short moment, they fused into her soul and gathered together. Feng Tianwu's soul was completely shrouded. She could only see the medicinal liquid rolling outside her soul. Logically speaking, if there's only the soul-fixing root, it's impossible for Tianwu's soul to fully recover. Even if it's a soul-fixing root that has lived in this world for 5,000 years, it's still impossible. Duan Lingtian was a little absent-minded. I wonder if Tianwu will be able to wake up. If she wakes up, I'm afraid there'll be some negative effects from the damage to her soul. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he prepared for the worst. I hope the clan leader can really reward me with the soul-fixing herb. In that case, Tianwu's soul will be completely healed. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anticipation. Time passed by quietly. Feng Tianwu's soul was still enveloped by the rolling medicinal liquid. It made it difficult for Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy to get close to her. He could only watch from afar. However, Duan Lingtian waited silently by the bed, waiting for the final result. He knew there would be two possible outcomes when the medicinal liquid completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul. One of the outcomes was none other than Feng Tianwu continuing to be unconscious, and she would only be able to wake up once she consumed the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-stabilizing grass. The other outcome was that Feng Tianwu would wake up, but her soul would still be in a damaged state. It would inevitably have some negative effects on her. Night gradually fell. It was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. However, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. The medicinal liquid was still rolling in her soul. Duan Lingtian's extended spiritual energy seemed to be constantly reporting the situation of Feng Tianwu's soul in the depths of her mind to him. He sat by the bed and waited patiently. At some point, the light of dawn shrouded the earth, and the entire room was bright again. It's done! At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-fixing herb had completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul and healed part of the damage to Feng Tianwu's soul. Tianwu! After withdrawing his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu anxiously. At the same time, he reached out and held her hand. Due to the stimulation of the cold air from lying in the ice coffin, Feng Tianwu's hand was very hot. Even though she had been out of the ice coffin for an entire day, her hand was still so hot. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. His eyes were firmly fixed on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. He only wanted to know if Feng Tianwu, whose soul had been partially healed, would wake up because of this. Time passed by quietly. Soon, half an hour had passed. Feng Tianwu still did not show any signs of waking up. Sigh. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and muttered, It seems like I'll have to wait until I find the soul-fixing herb to wake Tianwu up. At this moment, a soft sound pierced Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as if thunder had pierced his ears. It caused his pupils to shrink, and he stood up abruptly. His eyes swept out at lightning speed and once again locked onto the red-clad lady on the bed, Feng Tianwu. He saw Feng Tianwu's small mouth moving slightly. Her beautiful face also showed signs of movement. Subsequently, her pair of beautiful eyes that were like water opened, and the first thing she saw was Duan Lingtian, who was looking at her. However, there were no unusual emotions in her eyes at all. Unfamiliar. When Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she had never known Duan Lingtian. This gaze that was filled with unfamiliarity pierced Duan Lingtian to the point he felt a wave of heartache. It seems like what I'm most worried about has happened, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian could react, a red light flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, he realized that Feng Tianwu had left the bed and disappeared before his eyes. At the same time, he clearly felt a scorching aura behind him. Tianwu! Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was floating in the air. Her red clothes were fluttering, and waves of scorching flames rose around her body. He realized that Feng Tianwu's gaze still did not contain any emotion. Moreover, it was extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions. He asked gently, Tianwu, don't you recognize me? I'm elder brother Duan. Elder brother Duan? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu, who was standing in the air, frowned. She seemed to be thinking about something. The red clothes on her body fluttered along with the scorching flames rolling around her body, making her look like a fire spirit, a lost fire spirit. Yes, I'm elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian saw that Tianwu seemed to be thinking. He immediately seized the opportunity and tried to awaken her memory. I don't know you! However, what he waited for was Feng Tianwu's cold shout. It wasn't just that. Along with Feng Tianwu's cold shout, her peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and even the flames that coiled around her body were unable to melt the frost. Whoosh! As Feng Tianwu raised her hand, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a 5-foot-long red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that Duan Lingtian had given her in the past. However, at this moment she pointed the sword that Duan Lingtian had given her at Duan Lingtian and shouted, Who are you? Young master! Young master! At this moment, a series of hurried voices came from outside the door. It was Xiong Quan who had rushed over when he heard from the servant that there was an unusual movement in Duan Lingtian's room. However, he did not receive any response. Tianwu, I'm elder brother Duan. Have you forgotten? The sword in your hand was given to you by me not long ago. Have you forgotten all of this? Even when Feng Tianwu pointed the sword at him, Duan Lingtian was not alarmed at all. He looked at Feng Tianwu and patiently tried to awaken Feng Tianwu's memory. Elder brother Duan? You're the one who gave me this sword? Feng Tianwu muttered as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the sword in her hand. Yes. Do you remember now? Duan Lingtian nodded and looked at Feng Tianwu with anticipation. Chapter 1080. However, just as Duan Lingtian was looking at Feng Tianwu expectantly, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu made her move. She actually stabbed her sword at him. It was extremely sudden and ferocious. At this moment, the flames on her body seemed to be filled with an extremely cold aura, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a chill in his heart. Feng Tianwu's speed was not considered fast in Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, he had no intention of dodging. He stood there quietly. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he stared at Feng Tianwu, who was stabbing her sword at him for no reason. At this moment, it was as though the only thing left in his world was the fiery red figure that was getting closer and closer. Even though the figure seemed to have transformed into a red giant beast in the blink of an eye and was about to devour him, his expression and gaze did not change at all. He was still as gentle as before. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu, whose face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, struck her sword at Duan Lingtian's heart. It was as though she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with one strike. However, her speed slowed down when she realized that Duan Lingtian did not move. However, she was too close to Duan Lingtian. Even though her movements were slow, the sword in her hand was already not far from Duan Lingtian's chest in an instant. Why didn't he dodge? Why do I feel a pain in my heart when I attack him? Feng Tianwu, who seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in an instant, felt her heart tremble for no reason. At the same time, she felt a wave of panic in her heart. In a flash, her eyes happened to catch a glimpse of the sword that was just inches away from Duan Lingtian's heart. She hurriedly moved her sword away, wanting to retrieve it. Unfortunately, she was still too slow. The strong inertia continued to carry her forward and sent the sword in her hand into the purple-clad young man's chest. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, splattering on her body and her hand. Looking at the blood on her hand, she felt her heart ache. It hurts! She let go of the sword in her hand and clutched her chest. She was in a daze, as if she had lost something in that instant. Helplessness and panic almost caused her to stop breathing. Why would my heart ache? Do I really know him? Why is his gaze so gentle? What is my relationship with him? Why didn't he dodge? Why? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was deathly pale. She lowered her head and muttered to herself in a daze. Bang! Until a loud sound rang out, causing her to regain her senses. Young master! After knocking open the door and seeing the scene in front of him, Xiong Quan's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly flew in and arrived in front of the swaying purple figure in an instant. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Xiong Quan pulled out the red soft sword from the chest of the purple-clothed young man and threw it on the ground. At the same time, he used his origin energy to help stop the bleeding. Fortunately, Xiong Quan heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the sword had missed the heart, and that the life of the purple-robed young man was not in danger. Cough! Duan Lingtian, who had been staring blankly at Feng Tianwu as though he had lost his soul and did not feel anything when Feng Tianwu's sword pierced his chest, finally moved after Xiong Quan pulled out the sword. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the ground and formed a dazzling red rose. Young master? Who hurt you? Xiong Quan's face sank, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Someone who could hurt Duan Lingtian was not a reality that he could deal with. Soon, Xiong Quan obtained his answer. This answer made him dumbstruck. Why didn't you dodge? An emotionless voice sounded, causing Xiong Quan to shift his gaze to the woman in red who was not far away. Miss Tianwu, why you're awake? Xiong Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, why you've found the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing herb for Miss Tianwu? This Lu clan is pretty good. They even have the two extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth that you mentioned in Cloud Continent. Xiong Quan seemed to have guessed something, and a smile appeared on his face. However, his smile quickly froze. This was because he noticed the bloodstain on Feng Tianwu's hand. His expression changed immediately. Miss Tianwu, why you're the one who stabbed young master? If it was someone else, he would have risked his life to avenge his young master even if he knew he was no match for them. However, this person was Feng Tianwu. She was his young master's woman and the future young mistress. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Why should I dodge? Why you're really going to kill me? Duan Lingtian, whose face was pale due to the excessive blood loss, asked Feng Tianwu in return. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu fell silent. Looking at the man's pale face, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. It was as though her heart had been broken into two. She did not know why she felt that way. Could it be, I really knew him in the past? But why can't I remember anything? No matter how hard Feng Tianwu racked her brains, she could not recall anything about the man before her. However, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart when the man before her was hurt. She had no choice but to believe that the man before her had a close relationship with her past self. At this moment, The enmity Feng Tianwu had towards Duan Tian vanished without a trace. Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized this. A heartfelt smile crept up the corner of his mouth. He knew he was right not to dodge earlier. At the very least, he had broken through Tian Wu's psychological barrier after she had temporarily lost her memory. This was the beginning of success. Tian Wu no longer rejected him after she had lost her memory. Perhaps she would be able to accept him completely soon. If he had dodged earlier, Feng Tianwu would definitely attack him even more crazily after she had lost her memory. Feng Tianwu would not reject him like she did now. Young master, what's going on between you and Miss Tianwu? Xiongquan, who was standing at the side, was puzzled when he saw Duan Tian was still smiling even though he was injured. Xiongquan, I only found the soul-fixing root in the Lu clan. I didn't find the soul-stabilizing grass. Although Tianwu woke up after consuming the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-fixing root, she seemed to have lost her memory of me. Duan Tian gave a simple explanation to Xiongquan. Lost her memory? I see. When Xiongquan heard Duan Tian's words earlier, he felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. He only regained his senses after a while. At the same time, realization dawned on him. This would explain why Miss Tianwu, who was deeply in love with his young master, would hurt him. As it turned out, Miss Tianwu had lost her memory. Young master, what should we do now? Xiongquan asked. As long as we find the soul-stabilizing grass and refine the medicinal liquid for Tianwu to consume, her soul will be completely healed. At that time, she'll naturally remember everything that happened in the past. Duan Tian said. That's good. Xiongquan nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Miss Tianwu would not be able to recover that day. The conversation between Duan Tian and Xiongquan fell into Feng Tianwu's ears. Why? Why did I lose my memory? Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Duan Tian. Although her face was still covered with a layer of frost, she no longer rejected Duan Tian like before. This could be seen when she took the initiative to talk to Duan Tian. When Duan Tian heard Feng Tianwu's question, he could not help but recall the past. To him, it was undoubtedly a painful past that he could not bear to look back on. However, in the face of Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory, he still told her everything. He mainly told her how Feng Tianwu had forcefully raised her fire profundity, and even caused the fire spirit body's energy in her body to collapse because of him. Naturally, he also told her how he suppressed the violent fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body after he devilified, but her soul was still severely injured. Then, he told her what happened after that. So that's how it is. In the past, I was willing to sacrifice everything for you, including my own life? Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Although Feng Tianwu learned about the past from Duan Tian, she had lost her memory after all. Listening to Duan Tian's recount of the past was more like listening to a story. It was impossible for her to be as close to Duan Tian as before. Although she was colder than before, she could still accept Duan Tian, and no longer rejected Duan Tian. Duan Tian was very satisfied with this. At the very least, he did not have to worry about Tianwu attacking him again. Now all I have to do is wait for the soul-stabilizing herb to restore Tianwu's memory. Tianwu who hasn't restored her memory won't be able to revert to her previous self even if she knows about the past. Duan Tian thought to himself. The current Feng Tianwu was as cold as ice. She was completely different from before. Apart from Duan Tian, she had a cold expression on her face when she faced everyone else. It was as though she owed her a lot of money. Duan Tian felt helpless about this. He tried to change her, but in the end, he realized there was nothing he could do. In the end, Duan Tian had no choice but to let her be. In a mansion on the east side of the Lu clan's estate. Whoosh! A swift figure descended from the sky like an eagle and landed steadily in the backyard of the mansion. In the backyard pavilion, a gray-clad young man sat in front of a stone table with a wooden sword in his hand. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Young master, are you thinking about little young master again? The person who came was an old man. He saw the wooden sword in the gray-clad young man's hand as soon as he walked into the pavilion. Elder Guan, do you still remember this wooden sword? The gray-clad young man asked as he twirled the wooden sword in his hand. Yes. The old man nodded and sighed. This is the wooden sword that you personally made for the young master on his 5th birthday. Back then, the young master was very happy when he received this gift. That's right. In the blink of an eye, almost 30 years have passed. Chapter 1081. Young master, I've heard of something. When the old man saw that his young master was reminiscing about the past, he quickly changed the topic. It has something to do with the Duan Lingtian? The gray-clad young man was none other than Lu Song, the first young master of Lu clan. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the old man. Yes. The old man nodded. Speak, Lu Song said. Today, the clan leader has issued a bounty to the entire northern mountain land and even the southern outer land, the old man said. A bounty? However, what does the patriarch issuing a reward have to do with Duan Lingtian? Lu Song asked with a frown. What if the clan leader issued the bounty on behalf of the Duan Lingtian? The old man asked. Oh? Lu Song's interest was piqued when he heard the old man's words. What kind of bounty did the clan leader issue on behalf of the Duan Lingtian? He's looking for a rare medicinal herb called the soul-stabilizing grass. The old man told him what he had heard. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a painting appeared out of thin air in his hand. There was a lifelike grass on the painting. This is the painting that the clan leader asked someone to copy and distribute. He's looking for this grass, the old man added. I've never seen this grass before. Lu Song looked at the grass on the painting and shook his head with a frown. Do you know why the Duan Lingtian wants this grass? I've never heard of it. The old man shook his head. Although I don't know why he wants this grass, one thing's for sure. This grass is very important to him, and he's desperate to get his hands on it. What do you mean? Lu Song looked at the old man in confusion. Young master, do you know what reward the Duan Lingtian promised to the person who finds this grass when he asked the clan leader to issue this bounty? The old man asked. Don't keep me in suspense. How would I know? Lu Song said impatiently. Hurry up and say it. The Duan Lingtian promised a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills for this bounty. The old man enunciated each word clearly. When he mentioned the grade 1 spirit weapon, his eyes gleamed with greed. Although he was a martial monarch, the best spirit weapon he had was only a grade 2 spirit weapon. Although the Lu clan had a few grade 1 spirit weapons, with his current status, he was destined to not be able to obtain them. Unless his young master became the clan leader of Lu clan one day, he might be able to benefit from it, and obtain a grade 1 spirit weapon to further improve his strength. A first-grade spiritual weapon? Hearing the old man's words, Lu Song's pupils shrank. His hand trembled, and he accidentally broke the wooden sword in his hand. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He stared at the old man before him. Are you sure it's a grade 1 spirit weapon? Yes. The old man nodded affirmatively. For this reason, I have confirmed it over and over again. There are only 4 grade 1 spirit weapons in the clan. The clan leader is actually going to give up one of them for Duan Lingtian? A cold gleam flashed in Lu Song's eyes, and a hint of jealousy appeared on his face. The grade 1 spirit weapon that's on the bounty list is not the clan's grade 1 spirit weapon. The old man shook his head. Not the clan's grade 1 spirit weapon? Lu Song was stunned. Then, he asked, don't tell me it's Duan Lingtian's grade 1 spirit weapon? I believe he can refine a grade 1 life recovery pill. However, in the entire southern outer land, only the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit weapon is extremely rare even in the entire southern outer land. Even many martial monarchs from second-rate forces might not even have a grade 1 spirit weapon, Lu Song said. Based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to take out a grade 1 spirit weapon. Young master, don't forget that Duan Lingtian is a grade 1 alchemist. As long as he's willing, he can use a grade 1 pill to exchange for a grade 1 spirit weapon, the old man said. That's right. Now that you mention it, there's a possibility. Looks like Duan Lingtian has quite a few treasures on him. Lu Song nodded. His eyes gleamed with greed. Perhaps this is our chance. Lu Song muttered with a cold smile on his face. He seemed to have recalled something. Chance? The old man was puzzled. Yes, chance. A chance to kill Duan Lingtian. The moment Lu Song's words left his mouth, a cold gleam shot out of his eyes. It was only when his gaze inadvertently fell on the broken wooden sword in his hand that he calmed down again. Xiao Huai, don't worry. I'll avenge you. I'm not your big brother if I don't tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Lu Song said as he looked at the wooden sword. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Song's words. He knew his young master very well. If he wasn't completely confident, he would never have said those words that were filled with confidence. He was looking forward to it. Young master, what's your plan to kill Duan Lingtian? The old man could not help but ask. Lu Song did not hide anything from the old man. He told the old man the plan that had flashed in his mind earlier. After he finished speaking, Lu Song looked at the old man and asked, What do you think of this plan? You're wise, young master. A bright smile appeared on the old man's face when he heard the plan. It seems like not only will you avenge little young master, but you'll also be able to make a fortune. A smug smile appeared on Lu Song's face when he heard the old man's praise. Duan Lingtian, just you wait. Soon after, a purple figure appeared in his mind. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour his target. A huge net that was filled with conspiracies was closing in on Duan Lingtian. It was waiting for him to fall into it, and be doomed eternally. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Due to the life recovery pill and a few days of recuperation, the injury that Tian Wu left on Duan Lingtian had finally healed. However, there was still a scar on his chest. The life recovery pill could have completely removed the scar, but Duan Lingtian had purposely left it behind. Leaving it behind is also an unforgettable memory. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he touched the scar on his chest while he was bathing. After he finished bathing, he cleaned himself up before he sat on the bed and began to cultivate. At this moment, the only thing left in the room was the empty ice coffin. As for Tian Wu, he asked the servant to arrange for her to stay in the room next door. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roaming dragon transformation. Duan Lingtian began to immerse himself in his cultivation before he knew it. He was holding 2 different concept fragments in his hand. He was comprehending the 2 different concepts as he cultivated. Why do I still feel like something's not right? Soon after, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. He had a confused expression on his face as though he had encountered something that puzzled him. This is not the first time. I didn't have this feeling when I comprehended 2 different concepts at the same time. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he closed his eyes again. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the 2 different concepts. Soon after, he opened his eyes again. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned. There was only confusion on his face. Ever since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he felt like something was not right every time he comprehended 2 different concepts through 2 different concept fragments at the same time. Every time he comprehended a concept, he would be slightly distracted. Sometimes he would be distracted when he comprehended one concept, and sometimes he would be distracted when he comprehended another concept. I must find the reason this time. Duan Lingtian was troubled by this. It greatly affected his efficiency in comprehending concepts. As time went by, Duan Lingtian experimented again and again. He wanted to find the reason why he was distracted when he comprehended concepts. After an hour, he finally found the reason. Is this even possible? After finding out the reason, Duan Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry. If there was a second person here and looked carefully at Duan Lingtian's hand, he would definitely notice that Duan Lingtian had a total of 3 concept fragments in his hand. 3 completely different concept fragments. Duan Lingtian had experimented earlier. Currently, he could comprehend 3 different concepts at the same time through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. Moreover, the speed at which he comprehended the 3 concepts was not slow at all. Most importantly, the feeling of being distracted was completely gone. As it turns out, the reason why I'm distracted is because another part of my consciousness has been separated. It must be the after effect of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the second time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. He still remembered. The reason he could comprehend 2 different concepts through 2 different concept fragments at the same time was because of the after effect of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the first time. At that time, his consciousness was forcefully divided into 2. This time, a third part of his consciousness was forcefully divided, allowing him to comprehend 3 different concepts through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. All in all, this after effect is not a bad thing. It's completely different from the after effect of not being able to control my emotions. The latter will only harm me, but the former will help me. After figuring out the cause and effect of everything, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. It was better to know everything than to not know. I can't believe the thing that troubled me for so long was actually because my consciousness was divided into 3. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Now that my consciousness has been divided into 3, I can comprehend 3 different concepts through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. My speed of comprehending concepts has doubled again. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was secretly delighted. At the same time, he closed his eyes and focused on cultivating again. Chapter 1082. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation. He was immersed in comprehending the concept. Comprehending 3 different concepts at the same time gave him a brand new feeling. It was a delightful feeling. This feeling was something he had never felt before. Although there was no substantial improvement in his strength after a night of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was still happy. He was happy that his consciousness was divided into 3. He was happy that he could comprehend 3 different concepts at the same time. Elder Duan! When the sun was high up in the sky, Duan Lingtian, who had just finished washing up, heard the maid's voice outside his door. Duan Lingtian saw a maid standing outside the door handing him a spatial ring as soon as he opened the door. She said, Elder Duan, the clan leader asked me to pass this to you. The clan leader is here? Upon hearing the maid's words, Duan Lingtian, who took the spatial ring, was a little surprised. Yes. The maid nodded. The clan leader came early in the morning. He left after leaving this spatial ring because he didn't want to disturb your rest, Elder Duan. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned the spatial ring in his hand for a while before returning to his room. After closing the door behind him, he pricked his finger and dripped his blood on the spatial ring to establish ownership. It seems like the clan leader is in a hurry. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he even had the time to check what was in the spatial ring. He could already guess why the clan leader of Lu clan was looking for him. Just as he had guessed, there were many herbs and a list in the spatial ring. There were a few grade 1 pills that he was asked to refine. However, the number of medicinal pills requested caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. Is he looking down on me? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he looked at the herbs that were piled up like a mountain in the spatial ring and the number of grade 1 pills on the list. According to the number of grade 1 pills required on the list, he would only need a 30% success rate to refine the pills using the mountain of medicinal herbs in his storage ring. I'll only need 30% of the medicinal herbs at most to refine the number of grade 1 pills stated on the list. Oh well, since the clan leader wants to give me the medicinal herbs, I can only accept it. After muttering to himself, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. If the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was here, he would definitely be speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, in Lu Rui's opinion, looking at the number of several types of grade 1 pills on the list, the pile of medicinal herbs he had prepared in his spatial ring was undoubtedly very tight. If it was just an ordinary grade 1 alchemist, It would be difficult for them to refine the number of grade 1 pills stated on the list even if they consumed all the herbs. This was because the success rate of a grade 1 alchemist was usually between 20% and 30%. It was rare for them to exceed 30%. Even the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land only had a success rate of 25% when refining grade 1 pills. In the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history, the only person who could refine grade 1 pills with a success rate of more than 30% was the ancestor who founded the Lu clan. Among the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in the later generations, the highest success rate when refining grade 1 pills was only 28%. The mission he gave Duan Lingtian required a success rate of 30% to be fulfilled. Naturally, he was not trying to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had used up all the medicinal materials in the spatial ring and still could not refine the number of grade 1 pills required on the list, he would not be dissatisfied at all. The reason he did this was because he wanted to test Duan Lingtian's medicine refining skills. After all, before this, he only knew Duan Lingtian could condense a grade 1 pill fire, was a grade 1 alchemist, and was knowledgeable in medicine refining. He knew nothing about Duan Lingtian's medicine refining skills. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know what Lu Rui was thinking. Otherwise, he would have scoffed at him. Lu Rui wanted to test his success rate of refining grade 1 pills to see if it was 30%. He was looking down on Lu Rui. After all, Lu Rui, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's medicine refining skills and experience, was no different from the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he refined pills. As long as he did not get distracted, his success rate would be 100%. 100% was equivalent to 100%. These medicinal herbs are all used to refine grade 1 pills. They're extremely valuable. However, 70% of them will belong to me after today. Before Duan Lingtian began to refine the few types of pills, he glanced at the mountain of medicinal herbs in his spatial ring. The smile on his face grew wider. After a while, he calmed down and began to refine the few grade 1 pills that Lu Rui requested on the list. The grade 1 life recovery pill was on the list. As for the other types, they were grade 1 pills that were as difficult to refine as the grade 1 life recovery pill. However, they were not as widely used as the grade 1 life recovery pill. It made sense when one thought about it. The grade 1 life recovery pill was a healing pill. It would be useful as long as someone was injured. As for the other types of pills, they were not as widely used. How much should I control the purity? Duan Lingtian, who took out his cauldron and was about to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list, suddenly thought of this problem. He was slightly troubled. With his medicine refining skills, it was undoubtedly a piece of cake for him to refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above. If I refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above, will it scare the clan leader? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to think about this problem. Forget it. I'll just suppress my strength a little and refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He only made this decision after taking into account that the Lu clan had helped him a lot. Naturally, the main reason was that he wanted to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 95% and above. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the few types of pills on the list were very basic and ordinary grade 1 pills. As long as he was willing, he could refine them into pills with a purity of 95% and above. I'm afraid pills with a purity of 90% and above are enough to scare the clan leader. If I refine pills with a purity of 95% and above, it'll be bad if the clan leader gets a heart attack. Apart from keeping a low profile, Duan Lingtian was also thinking for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. He decided not to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list with a purity of 95% and above. A purity of 90% and above would be good enough. After pondering for a long time, Duan Lingtian finally made up his mind to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list. The spacious central hall of the Lu clan's mansion was filled with people. The person sitting in the main seat was none other than Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. 2 old men, one fat and one skinny, sat below Lu Rui. Apart from being fat and skinny, the difference in height was huge as well. The fat one was short like a ball. The skinny one was tall like a bamboo pole. They were 2 of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. Both of them were martial monarch powerhouses. A group of Lu clan's elders, including Lu So, stood below Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. These Lu clan's elders had one thing in common: they were all elders who focused on the medicine refinement Tao. Apart from a few grade 2 alchemists, most of these elders were grade 3 alchemists. There was not a single grade 4 alchemist among them. In the Lu clan, one had to fulfill at least one of the 2 conditions to become an elder. 2 conditions. First, one had to be a non-alchemist who focused on the martial Tao and whose cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation stage or above. Second, one had to be a grade 3 alchemist or above. Therefore, unless one's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation stage or above, one would not be qualified to become an elder in the Lu clan. Currently, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the only ones who were not alchemists among the people present. According to them, today was the day. They were just here to join in the fun. Clan leader, which pills did you ask Elder Duan to refine? Lu Yuan narrowed his small eyes and asked Lu Rui. The moment Lu Yuan's words left his mouth, all the Lu clan's elders present on the scene narrowed their eyes and looked at Lu Rui in unison. They were curious about this as well. Lu Rui smiled faintly and told them the few grade 1 pills that he had asked Duan Lingtian to refine on the list. Initially, everyone felt that something was amiss. However, after Lu Rui told them the number of grade 1 pills he had listed on the list and the number of medicinal herbs he had stored in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, they all felt that something was amiss. Clan leader, if Elder Duan wants to refine the number of grade 1 pills you've listed on the list with the medicinal herbs you've prepared, he'll need at least a 30% success rate, right? Lu So asked after inhaling sharply. A 30% success rate. In the history of our Lu clan, it seems like only the old ancestor who founded our Lu clan can achieve that. Clan leader, you're making things difficult for Elder Duan. Elder Duan won't be displeased and leave the Lu clan in a fit of anger, right? The group of Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves. Most of them had a worried expression on their faces. They were worried that Duan Lingtian would fly into a rage and leave the Lu clan in a fit of anger because Lu Rui deliberately made things difficult for him. At that time, the Lu clan would be the one to suffer a loss. Clan leader, although I'm not an alchemist, I've been in the clan for many years. After being influenced by what I've seen and heard, I know that there are very few grade 1 alchemists who can refine grade 1 pills with a 30% success rate. Lu Gui said with a frown. Clan leader, if Elder Duan is really angry and leaves the Lu clan, it'll be a great loss for us. Why don't I send some medicinal herbs over? Lu Yuan said. Elders, don't worry. I only did that to test Elder Duan's ability. I didn't mean to make things difficult for him. Faced with the group of Lu clan's elders' worries, Lu Rui smiled disapprovingly. Moreover, based on my interactions with Elder Duan, he's definitely not that petty. Clan leader. Before Lu Rui could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud voice that resonated from outside. Elder Duan asked me to pass you the medicinal pills that you asked him to refine. Then, the voice continued to resonate. Chapter 1083. What? The smile on Lu Rui's face froze when he heard the words from outside. Shock and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Crack! A soft sound resonated in the air. Lu Rui had unconsciously tightened his grip on the armrest of the chair and broke it. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. His expression was blank. Gulp! Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were sitting next to Lu Rui, gulped almost at the same time before they turned to look at Lu Rui in unison. Clan leader, didn't you say you only sent the medicinal herbs and the list over early this morning to ask Elder Duan to refine the pills? Lu Yuan asked in a daze. That's right. How could Elder Duan have finished refining the pills in just one morning? Lu Gui chimed in. As for the remaining Lu clan's elders, they looked at Lu Rui in confusion after they regained their senses. They wanted to know what was going on. I've no idea as well. Lu Rui shook his head with a frown in the face of the Lu clan's elder's questioning gaze. After a moment of silence, Lu Rui seemed to have thought of something. His furrowed brows relaxed as he muttered. Perhaps Elder Duan already has a portion of the pills on the list that I gave him. That's why he asked someone to pass that portion of the pills to me first. Although Lu Rui's voice was not loud, it still entered the ears of the Lu clan's elders who were present. That must be it. That's the only possibility. The few grade 1 pills on the list that the clan leader gave Elder Duan would take at least 10 days to half a month to refine them. Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist. He must have a lot of grade 1 life recovery pills with him. Perhaps he asked someone to send the grade 1 life recovery pills he had on hand to the clan leader first. The Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves as they voiced their opinions. Come in. At this moment, Lu Rui called the Lu clan's disciple who had sent the pills in from outside the main hall. Clan leader. After the Lu clan's disciple entered, he handed the spatial ring in his hand to Lu Rui respectfully before he turned around and left. After the Lu clan's disciple left, everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. To be more precise, it landed on the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hand. Elder Duan is an erudite and knowledgeable grade 1 alchemist. I wonder what the purity of the grade 1 pills he refined is like. He should be stronger than the Alchemist Guild's Guild Master Chung from the southern outer continent. That might not necessarily be the case. You should know that the grade 1 pills refined by Guild Leader Chung can occasionally achieve a purity of 70% and above. The group of Lu clan's elders began to whisper again, but their eyes never left the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Rui pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the ring to establish ownership. In the next moment, with a thought, he looked into the space inside his storage ring. When he saw the neatly arranged and densely packed pill bottles in the storage ring, his pupils suddenly shrank. Why are there so many pill bottles? Could it be that Elder Duan has a habit of storing one pill in one pill bottle? On the Cloud Continent, there were some alchemists with strange temperaments who liked to use a medicinal pill bottle to store one medicinal pill. He had heard of it before. What a waste! Although Lu Rui felt that it was a waste to store one medicinal pill in a medicinal pill bottle, he still took out one of the medicinal pill bottles and opened the cork to look inside. He was mentally prepared and thought that there was only one medicinal pill in the medicinal pill bottle. When he saw what was inside the medicinal pill bottle, his pupils shrank again. 10 grade 1 life recovery pills? Lu Rui noticed that there were 10 medicinal pills in the medicinal pill bottle. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted out and assailed his nostrils. It made him feel relaxed and happy. If it was any other time, he would definitely be able to notice the difference in the grade 1 life recovery pills in the medicinal pill bottle from the rich medicinal fragrance. However, his mind was not on that at that moment. The other medicinal pill bottles. He hurriedly closed the medicinal pill bottle in his hand and looked at the other medicinal pill bottles. In the end, he noticed that there were 10 medicinal pills in each medicinal pill bottle. Most importantly, these medicinal pills were the medicinal pills that were marked on the list that he gave to Duan Lingtian. The types and quantity of the grade 1 medicinal pills were exactly the same as what he stated on the list. Lu Rui was dumbstruck after he confirmed this. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were sitting below him, were puzzled. The group of Lu clan's elders who were standing in the main hall were curious why the clan leader would lose his composure. Clan leader, is there something wrong? Lu Yuan and Lu Gui asked in unison. Lu Rui finally regained his senses when he heard Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's words. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd again, causing them to exchange glances with him. The few grade 1 medicinal pills that I stated on the list this morning. Elder Duan has completed all of them. No matter if it's the type or quantity, it's exactly the same, Lu Rui said solemnly with a complicated gaze as he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders. Boom! The moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck. All of the Lu clan's elders, including the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders, were stunned. Elder Duan had completed all of the medicinal pills that the clan leader stated on the list? No matter if it's the type or quantity, it's exactly the same? The group of Lu Clan's elders could not regain their senses for a long time. When they finally regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. The entire Lu Clan's main hall was in an uproar, as though it had turned into a wet market. Elder Duan has refined all of the medicinal pills that the clan leader requested? That's impossible! How could he refine so many medicinal pills in just one morning? I think he already has those medicinal pills and the quantity is sufficient. That's why he asked someone to send them over? The group of Lu Clan's elders discussed among themselves. The last person's speculation changed the topic. Other than this, I can't think of any other possibility. Even if Guildmaster Cheng of our Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild were to personally refine those pills, I'm afraid he'd need 10 days to half a month to refine all of them without any rest. He refined all of them in just one morning? That's impossible! The Lu Clan's elders soon came to a conclusion. The Grade 1 medicinal pills that the clan leader requested Elder Duan to refine happened to be in Elder Duan's possession. Not only that, but he also had enough of them, so he simply asked someone to send them over. If Elder Duan refined the medicinal herbs that the clan leader gave him, he might not be able to refine enough medicinal pills, one of the Lu Clan's elders said. The others agreed with his words. After all, it required a 30% success rate. Wait a minute! However, at this moment, a horrified voice resonated in the air and drowned out the voices of the group of Lu Clan's elders. At once, the group of Lu Clan's elders turned to look at the source of the voice. The person who spoke was none other than the clan leader of Lu Clan, Lu Rui. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Rui's hands moved as fast as lightning. Subsequently, medicinal pill bottles appeared in his hands one by one. He opened the stoppers on the medicinal pill bottles one by one, and the medicinal pills appeared in his hands one by one. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire Lu Clan's main hall, causing the group of Lu Clan's elders to feel refreshed. Some of them even took a deep breath and closed their eyes in comfort, enjoying the medicinal fragrance that assailed their nostrils. Soon after, some of the Lu Clan's elders regained their senses. Shock was written all over their faces. Such a medicinal fragrance! It can only be emitted by medicinal pills that have just been refined and left the cauldron less than a day ago. One of the Lu Clan's elders could not help but exclaim in a low voice. He was one of the few Grade 2 alchemists in the Lu Clan, so he was very familiar with some of the characteristics of medicinal pills. The medicinal fragrance of a medicinal pill that had just been refined for less than a day and a medicinal pill that had been refined for more than a day would be completely different. This was something that nothing, including the pill bottles and storage rings, could affect. All of the medicinal pills have this medicinal fragrance, Lu Rui said solemnly. Lu Rui said with a solemn face. His expression was still a little stiff, and he had not completely recovered from the shock. How's this possible? These medicinal pills are all medicinal pills that have been refined for less than a day? The medicinal fragrance won't lie. Soon after, the entire Lu Clan's main hall was in an uproar. Each of the Lu Clan's elders was dumbfounded. They could not believe all of this was real. In their opinion, this was something that was almost impossible to happen. In other words, all of these medicinal pills were refined by Elder Duan in just a day. Lu Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Rui with a stunned expression as he asked. Although I can't believe all of this is real, the truth is right in front of my eyes. I have no choice but to believe it. Elder Duan is no ordinary Grade 1 alchemist, Lu Rui said slowly as he regained his senses. He inhaled sharply and enunciated each and every word slowly. Lu Rui's words fell into the ears of the stunned Lu Clan's elders. They could not agree more. Then, not only is Elder Duan's refining speed heaven-defying, but his success rate is also more than 30%. That seems to be the case. Monster! The group of Lu Clan's elders was in an uproar again. It was one thing for his refining speed to be fast, but his success rate was so high as well. How could they live with this? Most importantly, Elder Duan is only a young man in his 20s. I originally thought that since I was able to become a grade 2 alchemist, my innate talent in medicine refinement was already quite good. However, compared to Elder Duan, all these years of my life have been in vain." One of the Lu clan's elders sighed. He was also one of the few grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan. His words made the other Lu clan's elders lower their heads in shame. They felt so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. "How's this possible?" Soon after, another exclamation resonated in the air, alarming all of the Lu clan's elders. They could tell it was the clan leader's voice again. For a moment, before they even looked up at Lu Rui, their hearts skipped a beat. Chapter 1084. Boom! When the group of Lu clan's elders turned to look at the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, in unison, a loud noise resonated in the air. It shocked them so much that their hearts skipped a beat. Lu Rui lost his composure and rose from his seat. His seat shattered and fell to the ground with a loud crash. "What the hell is going on? The clan leader lost his composure. It must be something extraordinary for the clan leader to lose his composure like that. We have to be mentally prepared." "I think so too," the group of Lu clan's elders whispered among themselves. However, their eyes never left Lu Rui. At the same time, they tried their best to remain alert and mentally prepared themselves to be shocked. Lu Rui stood at the head of the main hall. He was holding a pill that was shining faintly in his hand. He had already put away the other pills. At this moment, Lu Rui's eyes were glued to the pill in his hand. It was as though he was possessed. "Is there something wrong with that pill?" Many of the Lu clan's elders were confused. Subsequently, all of the Lu clan's elders shifted their attention to the pill in Lu Rui's hand. The pill was shining faintly and emitted a pleasant medicinal fragrance. A grade 1 life recovery pill! With just a glance, they recognized this medicinal pill. How's that possible? Soon after, one of the elderly Lu clan's elders narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with shock as though he had seen something unbelievable. This Lu clan's elder was one of the few grade 2 alchemists in Lu clan. He was the old man who mocked himself for living half his life like a dog. "The purity of this grade 1 life recovery pill must be above 85%, right?" Another Lu clan's elder, who was also one of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists, muttered to himself with a shocked expression on his face. "No. It's not just 85%. The purity of this grade 1 life recovery pill must be above 90%. Apart from the two old men and the clan leader of Lu clan, the last Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist elder spoke as well. His expression was extremely solemn. 90%. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of above 90%? As soon as the Lu clan's elder spoke, the entire Lu clan's main hall fell into a dead silence. Each of the Lu clan's elders was stunned. Apart from Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two guardian elders who majored in the martial Dao, the other Lu clan's elders were all grade 3 alchemists. Although they could tell the purity of the pill in the clan leader's hand was very high, they did not dare to determine how high it was. After all, it was a grade 1 medicinal pill. Now, when they heard the words of the second-grade alchemist elder, they were shocked. "Elders, please take a look." At this moment, Lu Rui, who was standing at the head of the table, came back to his senses. He raised his hand and threw the grade 1 life recovery pill to one of the grade 2 alchemists. Immediately, the other two grade 2 alchemists surrounded him. "The purity is about 91%. After a few moments, the three grade 2 alchemist elders confirmed the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill in their hands. 91%. The remaining group of grade 3 alchemists and elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. "I can't believe that not only is Elder Duan's refining speed fast and his success rate high, but the purity of the pills he refined is also so terrifying," Lu Yuan said with a shocked expression. "Is Elder Duan really human?" Lu Gui's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. "If he's not human, could he be a demon? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone such a monstrous grade 1 alchemist," Lu Yuan said. "Clan leader, how's the purity of the other pills?" The 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders looked at Lu Rui in unison with a burning gaze. Take a look for yourselves. Lu Rui took a deep breath and raised his hand. He threw 3 pill bottles at the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders. After the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders caught the pill bottles, they opened them eagerly and poured out the pills one by one. Their eyes were fixed on the pills that were poured out one by one. The purity of these pills seems to be very high as well. Yeah, it doesn't feel any lower than the Grade 1 life recovery pill. The group of Grade 3 alchemist elders around them whispered among themselves. These medicinal pills all have a purity of 91%. How's this possible? Soon after, one of the Grade 2 alchemist elders finished inspecting the 10 Grade 1 pills in his hand and said in disbelief, "All of them are 91%. The surrounding Grade 3 alchemist elders were stunned. The purity of the 10 Grade 1 pills in this pill bottle is 91% as well. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another Rank 2 medicine refinement elder spoke up. Mine is the same as well. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder chimed in. Whoosh! As soon as the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders finished speaking, an uproar broke out. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. How's this possible? At this moment, even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were laymen, could not help but turn pale with fright. Isn't it difficult for an alchemist to control the purity of pills when refining pills? That's right. One of the Grade 2 alchemist elders nodded. We alchemists will more or less encounter some unexpected situations when refining pills. Therefore, it's very difficult to accurately refine pills with a fixed purity. Usually, we can only control it within a certain range. Another Grade 2 alchemist elder added. To be able to fix the purity of the medicinal pills at 91%. That Elder Duan is simply a monster among monsters. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder placed the 10 pills in his hand back into the pill bottle and continued. According to our Lu clan's ancestral handbook, even the old ancestor who established our Lu clan only refined Grade 1 pills with a purity of 82% at its peak. It's fine if it's high purity. The problem is that he can fix the purity of all the Grade 1 pills at 91%. It's unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that anyone can do this. Lu Rui took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At this moment, even he, the clan leader of the Lu clan who was known as an alchemist clan, could not maintain his composure and completely lost his composure. This was because what he had encountered was just too shocking. I'm afraid it's hard to find another Grade 1 alchemist who's as terrifying as Elder Duan in the entire Cloud continent. The other Grade 1 alchemists, including the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, are nothing compared to him. Lu Rui's breathing quickened, and his face was filled with excitement. I thought Elder Duan was just an ordinary Grade 1 alchemist. I can't believe he's such a terrifying Grade 1 alchemist. Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he also realized how terrifying the young Grade 1 alchemist was from the words of the alchemists present on the scene. Our Lu clan has Elder Duan, so why should we worry about our prosperity? Lu Gui's eyes lit up. Perhaps it's time for me to talk to our honorable Elder Duan. Lu Rui gradually calmed down and muttered to himself. In the backyard of a spacious mansion on the eastern side of the Lu clan's mansion. Boom! A flame soared into the sky from the backyard, and its momentum was vast. The flame came from a red-clad lady who was hovering in the air. As the flame on the lady's body soared, her red dress fluttered as well, making her look like a fire elf. Whoosh! As the flame on the lady's body soared, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head and gradually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually appeared. In just a blink of an eye, the number of ancient horned dragons' silhouettes increased to thousands. However, it was very unstable. Sometimes, it would increase to 800 to 900 silhouettes, as though it was being restricted by something. Is it still not working? A purple-clad young man stood at the side and asked solemnly as he stared at the red-clad lady intently. The woman with a peerlessly beautiful face nodded her head without saying anything. If one looked closely, one would notice that beads of sweat were continuously forming on her forehead. More and more beads of sweat formed and eventually dripped down her beautiful face. Drip! Drip! Droplets of sweat fell on the ground and bloomed into water droplets. It was a beautiful scene. Take a rest. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He said to the red-clad lady who was hovering in the air. The red-clad lady was Feng Tianwu. To be more precise, she was Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory. However, Feng Tianwu did not take a rest as Duan Lingtian had said. She allowed her fragrant sweat to drip down as she stubbornly continued to raise the flame that rose around her body. Boom! The flame soared into the sky as the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head rose to thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. However, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes fell back to 800 to 900 silhouettes. Sigh. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. I can't believe that Tian Wu can't even control her origin energy and profundity after losing her memory. To the current her, the power she mastered before is very unfamiliar. I'm afraid she'll need some time to fully master her power now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Feng Tianwu was no longer the fire spirit body. In other words, she was the former fire spirit body that had undergone nirvana rebirth. Previously, when the fire spirit body's power erupted in her body, it almost caused her to explode. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian, who had been devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, injected a mysterious black energy into her body to suppress the fire spirit body's power in her body. After the fire spirit body's power was suppressed, it completely dissipated and merged into her body for her use. Chapter 1085. First Level Void Transformation Stage. That was Feng Tianwu's current cultivation base. Back then, after the fire spirit body's energy had merged with her origin energy, it helped her to elevate her origin energy all the way to the first level void transformation stage. Apart from the first level void transformation stage origin energy, the concept fragment in Feng Tianwu's body had also completely transformed into a profundity fragment. Currently, she was a first level void transformation stage martial artist who had mastered the fire profundity. Unfortunately, since she had lost her memory, she still could not fully control her strength. Of course, it was fortunate that it was so. Otherwise, the speed of her sword stabbing toward Duan Lingtian when she had just woken up from her deep slumber would have been many times faster. If that was the case, let alone Duan Lingtian who could not react in time, even she might not be able to withdraw her sword in time to avoid Duan Lingtian's heart, which was his vital point. It could be said that it was fortunate that Feng Tianwu could not control her strength after she had lost her memory. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Whoosh! 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 Other than Feng Tianwu, who was adapting to her strength, a series of ear-piercing sword-whistling sound resonated from nearby. It was Xiong Quan who was practicing his sword. Perhaps it's time to look for the clan leader. The spirit fruit and the profound assimilation formation are the things that Xiong Quan and I desperately need right now. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan and muttered to himself. Elder Duan! At this moment, a voice that sounded like an oriole's resonated from afar. Xiao Yun? Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he saw servant Xiao Yun who had rushed into the backyard in a panic. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Elder Duan, the clan leader is here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Servant Xiao Yun said respectfully. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Speak of the devil. Who's the devil? Servant Xiao Yun was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Only then did he remember that there was no Chao Chao in this world. Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He really didn't know how to explain it, so he just randomly made up a story. Chao Chao is the name of the family head in our hometown. Chao Chao is the head of the clan. You can call it that. The maid, Xiao Yun, was a little surprised. She then said, Elder Duan, you should hurry over. It's not good to let Chao Chao wait for too long. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. This girl's learning ability was really strong. He applied what he had just learned. There was a large hall in the middle of the mansion that Duan Lingtian resided in. However, Duan Lingtian had never been to this place before, because he had almost never had any guests here. Patriarch. Arriving outside the main hall, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure standing inside. It was the head of the Lu clan, Lu Rui. Elder Duan. Lu Rui's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and personally welcomed Duan Lingtian into the main hall. What's the matter, Patriarch? Although Duan Lingtian guessed that Lu Rui must have come for the grade 1 pills that he had asked someone to send to him in the afternoon, he still pretended to be ignorant and asked, Elder Duan, I really didn't expect your medicine refinement level to be so high. It's already at the level of being heaven-defying. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. Not only was this frighteningly young grade 1 alchemist in front of him had a shocking refining speed, but his success rate was also so high. Not only was his success rate high, but his purity was also ridiculously high. It was actually at the heaven-defying 90% purity. In his memory, this was what he knew. In the history of the Cloud Continent, it seemed like there was only one person who could refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. That person was a person from 10,000 years ago. The reason he knew there was such a person 10,000 years ago was because of the old ancestor who established the Lu clan. The Lu clan's old ancestor had left behind a handwritten letter that had been passed down until now. Only the clan leader of Lu clan could read the handwritten letter. Nobody else was qualified to read it. According to the handwritten letter, their old ancestor had received help and guidance from that person before he became an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. According to the old ancestor, the powerhouse whom he regarded as his teacher had a level of attainment in the medicine refinement Dao that far surpassed the grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui could not imagine what kind of person that person was. According to the handwritten letter left behind by the old ancestor, that person seemed to be an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Not only that, but he was also an Emperor Wu powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. People called him Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. The old ancestor said in the handwritten letter that Reincarnation was the title of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. The reason why that martial emperor expert was given the title of Reincarnation was because he had cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation method. Unlike ordinary people who can only live for one lifetime, that rebirth martial emperor, through that cultivation technique, can live for 3 lifetimes. When the old ancestor met him, he was going through his second life. Lu Rui seemed to have recalled something when he thought of this. He snapped back to reality and stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him with his eyes wide open. His body had begun to tremble uncontrollably. It was a tremor of excitement. According to the old ancestor's handwritten letter, that Reincarnation Emperor Wu has to wait for 10,000 years every time he reincarnates. Judging by the time, it's about time that Reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnates for the 3rd time. Lu Rui's breathing quickened unknowingly as he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Don't tell me. He's the 3rd reincarnation of Reincarnation Emperor Wu? If that's the case, then his monstrous talent makes sense. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu himself is a powerful alchemist. Since he reincarnated, he was born with all kinds of powerful alchemy techniques and rich experience in alchemy. Lu Rui was excited when he thought of this. Emperor Wu powerhouse. The young man standing in front of him might be the reincarnation of an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He was destined to become an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. In other words, the young man standing in front of him might be an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. Clan leader A, are you alright? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown when he saw Lu Rui staring at him with gleaming eyes. Elder Duan! After Lu Rui was awakened by Duan Lingtian, he took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart. He stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes and asked, Why you? Do you know the Reincarnation Emperor Wu? The Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui's words were like a bolt of lightning. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his heart skipped a beat. The reincarnation Emperor Wu? How does he know about the reincarnation Emperor Wu? Why would he mention the reincarnation Emperor Wu in front of me? At this moment, while Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock, questions began to surface in his mind as well. However, he did not show it on his face. Who knew if this Lu Rui standing in front of him was the descendant of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's enemy? The Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. This means the Lu clan's old ancestor who founded the Lu clan was from 10,000 years ago. Who knows, he might really have something to do with the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, he must have left behind some notes. Otherwise, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, would not have known about the existence of the rebirth martial emperor 10,000 years later. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had a lot of thoughts in his mind. It was precisely because he was thinking too much that he didn't reveal his strange emotions on the surface. 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was a top powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. It could be said that his name shocked the entire inner and outer continents of the Cloud Continent. In that era, even a 3-year-old child would be scared to tears upon hearing the words Rebirth Martial Emperor. Based on this, one could see how famous the reincarnation Emperor Wu was during that era. The reincarnation Emperor Wu? The powerhouse Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be confused. I've never heard of him before. Although Duan Lingtian did not reveal any flaws on the surface, Lu Rui, as the clan leader of the Lu clan, was not someone to be trifled with. He did not believe Duan Lingtian just because of this. Lu Jing. Lu Rui continued to stare into Duan Lingtian's eyes as he slowly spat out the 2 words. It was as though he wanted to confirm if Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Jing was the old ancestor who founded the Lu clan 10,000 years ago. He was also an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. He believed if this young man was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would definitely know about the old ancestor of the Lu clan. Lu Jing? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. When Lu Rui saw the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was slightly disappointed. It seems like I've guessed wrongly. Elder Duan shouldn't be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Jing! Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes. In the end, he really found memories related to this name. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2nd lifetime, he liked to wander outside. He had helped and guided many people based on his own interests. Among the few people who left a deep impression on him, one of them was called Lu Jing. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, Lu Jing was quite talented in the medicine refinement Dao. For this reason, he had specially guided him for a period of time. It could be said that they were master and disciple for a period of time. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not officially accept Lu Jing as his disciple, Lu Jing still addressed the reincarnation Emperor Wu as his teacher. 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique and the cultivation method of the 3 lives reincarnation technique. Lu Jing was one of them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could guess many things, including why Lu Rui suddenly asked him if he knew about the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui was undoubtedly guessing that he was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It seems like the person who founded the Lu clan that has a legacy of 10,000 years is Lu Jing. Also, Lu Jing left behind some notes, and handwritten notes about the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the Lu clan. Chapter 1086. Otherwise, it's impossible for Lu Rui to know about the existence of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He wouldn't have guessed that I might be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling entered his ears. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise his head to look. He saw a drop of blood shooting up into the sky, passing through the main hall and disappearing before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a voice entered his ears. Lu Rui, swear on my own blood that if I do anything that's detrimental to the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'll be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. It was Lu Rui who swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder resonated in response to Lu Rui's oath. Clan leader, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that Lu Rui had confirmed that he was the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? That was not right. He had been very careful from the beginning until the end. He was sure he did not reveal any flaws. It's nothing. I just wanted to prove something. However, I don't think you're the person I thought you were. Lu Rui shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. The reason he made such an oath was because he still had hope in his heart. He wanted to verify if Duan Lingtian was the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Even if he was not, he had already done what he had to do. He would not have any regrets. How do you know I'm not? However, Duan Lingtian asked as soon as Lu Rui finished speaking. Huh! Lu Rui was stunned at first. Then, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened again. Elder Duan! Why you mean? You're really the reincarnation Emperor Wu? You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. As long as I, who reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique, cultivate to the Emperor Wu realm again and ascend to the peak of Cloud Continent, then I'll have the qualifications to be called the reincarnation Emperor Wu. 3 lives reincarnation technique. When Lu Rui heard Duan Lingtian mention the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's identity. He was sure that Duan Lingtian was the reincarnation of Emperor Wu's third life. After 10,000 years, the number of people on Cloud Continent who knew about reincarnation Emperor Wu was as few as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Not to mention the person who could tell the cultivation method of Samsara Emperor Wu. If he hadn't read the letter left behind by the ancestor of the Lu clan, he wouldn't have known about the reincarnation Emperor Wu, let alone the cultivation method that the reincarnation Emperor Wu practiced. He also wouldn't have known that the cultivation method required 3 reincarnations to master. Lu Rui greets Senior. I hope Senior can forgive my rudeness for not knowing Senior's identity. Lu Rui tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, and bowed at Duan Lingtian. Just call me Elder Duan like you used to, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Yes. After finding out that Duan Lingtian was the third reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor, Lu Rui obeyed Duan Lingtian's every word. He did not dare to hesitate or slack at all. This was because he knew this was a future Emperor Wu powerhouse. As long as he served this young man well, the Lu clan would be protected by an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. Perhaps, he might even be able to obtain some other benefits. As the clan leader of Lu clan, he was far-sighted. Also, do many people in the Lu clan know about reincarnation Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian asked. Not many. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Rui quickly replied, It's about your past. Elder Duan. Our Lu clan's old ancestor, Lu Jing, has recorded everything in a handbook. Only the clan leader of Lu clan has the right to read it. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and warned. It's enough for you to know my identity. Don't tell anyone else. Yes. Lu Rui replied respectfully. Also, I have something that I need your help with. Duan Lingtian remembered the matter that he wanted to talk to Lu Rui about earlier, so he went straight to the point. Please speak, Elder Duan. As long as it's something that the Lu clan and I can do, the Lu clan and I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, Lu Rui said solemnly. Judging from his attitude, he would not even frown even if he was asked to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. You don't have to go through water and tread on fire. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rui and asked. Your Lu clan should have a profound assimilation formation, right? Yes. Lu Rui nodded. That's good then. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly. I need you to activate the profound assimilation formation with a large amount of concept fragments. I need to elevate my concept through it. No problem. Lu Rui responded immediately without any hesitation. Concept fragments were nothing to a second-rate force like the Lu clan that was close to a first-rate force. They could get as many as they wanted. Moreover, as long as the Lu clan's disciples were talented in martial Dao and had a shocking comprehension ability, they would be able to elevate their concept through the profound assimilation formation. Also, I need some spirit fruits. As long as it's a spirit fruit that a void stage martial artist can consume, I want it. Duan Lingtian continued. Void stage? Lu Rui was stunned for a moment before he reminded him. Elder Duan, the void stage is divided into. I know that the void stage is divided into 4 levels. What I need are spirit fruits that can be consumed by void prying stage, void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, and void transformation stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian interrupted Lu Rui's words and said, I only need 1 spirit fruit for each of the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists. As for the spirit fruits for void transformation stage martial artists, I want as many as you have. He wanted the spirit fruits for void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists to consume for Xiong Quan. He wanted the spirit fruits for void transformation stage martial artists to consume for himself and Feng Tianwu. Of course, Xiong Quan, who had elevated his cultivation base to the void transformation stage, would be able to use it soon as well. Xiong Quan had already comprehended the advanced sword concept. As long as he had enough spirit fruits, he would be able to break through to the void transformation stage in a short time and become a void transformation stage martial artist. Yes. Although Lu Rui did not know why Duan Lingtian wanted those low-grade spirit fruits, he still agreed to it. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even if he was not, he would not reject Duan Lingtian's request with Duan Lingtian's medicine refining skills. Go and prepare. Also, don't forget about the soul-stabilizing herb. Duan Lingtian said again. Understood. Lu Rui replied respectfully and turned to leave. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lu Rui's departing figure. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This identity of the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu is quite useful. He knew that even if he did not pretend to be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Lu Rui would not reject his request. However, if that was the case, Lu Rui would definitely not be as attentive as he was now. Right now, in Lu Rui's eyes, I'm the future Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he fawns over me, not only will his Lu clan be protected by me in the future, but he'll also be able to obtain many benefits. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Lu Rui's thoughts. This was because he would think the same way if he were in Lu Rui's shoes. Who would not want to fawn over a powerhouse like the Emperor Wu? One had to admit that Lu Rui was very efficient. It only took him an hour before he came again. Elder Duan, these are the spirit fruits that our Lu clan currently has. They're mainly for the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists. There's only 1 spirit fruit for the void transformation stage martial artists. Also, I plan to issue a bounty for the spirit fruits that void transformation stage martial artists consume. Lu Rui said respectfully to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he handed over an ownerless spatial ring. A bounty? That's not bad. Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring and nodded. He then asked, What are you going to use as a bounty for the spirit fruits that void transformation stage martial artists consume? You must know that those spirit fruits are very valuable. The higher the grade of the spirit fruit, the more valuable it was. The spirit fruits consumed by the void transformation stage martial artists were even more valuable. I'm going to use the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined as the bounty reward. With the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined, the medicinal effect is so shocking that it's enough to make everyone kill for it. Lu Rui revealed his plan. However, I might need you to refine more grade 1 life recovery pills in the future. That's not a problem. Duan Lingtian was very optimistic about Lu Rui's plan. There was no doubt that a Grade 1 life recovery pill was something that every martial artist needed. During a critical moment, it might become a life-saving talisman that could save a martial artist's life. Especially the Grade 1 life recovery pill that he refined that had a purity of more than 90%. Its medicinal effect was a few times stronger than an ordinary Grade 1 life recovery pill. Such a medicinal effect might not be as good as reviving a dead person or regrowing flesh and bones, but it was not too far off. Elder Duan, when do you plan to enter the profound assimilation formation? I've already prepared all the concept fragments that the profound assimilation formation needs. Lu Rui asked again. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and performed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring that Lu Rui gave him earlier. Soon after, he saw the spirit fruit that was consumed by the void transformation stage martial artists in the spatial ring. He had never consumed this spirit fruit before, so he did not have to worry about its medicinal effect decreasing. I plan to consume the spirit fruit to cultivate first. I'll look for you to enter the profound assimilation formation after I've finished cultivating. Duan Lingtian told him his plan. Of course, part of the reason he made such a plan was for Xiong Quan's sake. Xiong Quan's current cultivation base was still too weak after all. If he were to enter the profound assimilation formation together with him, Xiong Quan's soul would not be able to withstand the concept energy that filled the profound assimilation formation with his current cultivation base, let alone helping him improve his sword concept. All right. Right now, Lu Rui would do whatever Duan Lingtian told him to do. He would listen to whatever Duan Lingtian said. If that's the case, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore, Elder Duan. Lu Rui then left sensibly. After Lu Rui left, Duan Lingtian also left the main hall and went to the backyard. Chapter 1087. Spirit Fruits? Xiong Quan was stunned when he took the spatial ring. However, his eyes lit up when he dripped his blood on the spatial ring to claim ownership of it and saw the pile of crystal-clear spirit fruits inside. He was like a hunter who saw his prey. Why, young master, are these spirit fruits for me? Xiong Quan's breathing quickened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. It was his first time seeing so many spirit fruits. Who else would I give them to if not you? Tian Wu and I don't need these spirit fruits anyway, Duan Lingtian said in annoyance. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Although he knew Duan Lingtian would say that, Xiong Quan could not help but feel excited when he heard it. He hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian. Take the spirit fruits and go back to your room to cultivate, Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Xiong Quan, who was eager to go back to his room to consume the spirit fruits to cultivate, responded respectfully and left when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With these spirit fruits, his cultivation base would be able to improve rapidly in a short period of time. I'll be able to help young master once my strength has improved. On the way back to his room, Xiong Quan's heart was filled with excitement. If he did not want to continue being a burden behind the young master, he must quickly improve his cultivation base. After Xiong Quan left, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who was still trying to control her own strength. Tianwu, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days. You'll stay in the mansion for the next few days and don't go out. The coldness on Feng Tianwu's face faded a little when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She nodded lightly. Tianwu, who has lost her memory, is completely clueless about how to control her own strength. I'm afraid she'll need some time to master her strength when she was at her peak. After getting Feng Tianwu's agreement, Duan Lingtian glanced at the flames rising on Feng Tianwu's body before he turned around and left. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian took out a crystal-clear spirit fruit. This spirit fruit was the only spirit fruit that was suitable for void transformation stage martial artists among the pile of spirit fruits that Lu Rui gave him. This spirit fruit seems to be called the red phosphorus fruit. After searching through Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian soon recognized the spirit fruit in his hand. It was shining with a crimson luster, as if it was wrapped in a will-o'-the-wisp. Among the many spirit fruits consumed by void transformation martial artists, the red phosphorus fruit can only be ranked in the middle. It's very difficult for an ordinary 6th-level void transformation martial artist to break through to the 7th-level void transformation after consuming it. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. After all, the gap between the 6th-level void transformation and the 7th-level void transformation is like a chasm that's extremely difficult to cross. However, that's only for an ordinary 6th-level void transformation martial artist. For example, although I'm also a 6th-level void transformation martial artist, after consuming this red phosphorus fruit, I can activate the domineering medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that's hidden in my body and help me to break through to the 7th-level void transformation easily. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. On top of that, with the reward issued by the Lu clan, I think it won't take long for me to obtain enough spirit fruits to raise my cultivation base to the 9th-level void transformation. As for concepts, as long as I have the profound assimilation formation and a large number of concept fragments, I'll be able to comprehend all of them to the 9th-level advance. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It was as though he could already see the scene when his strength was raised to the peak of the void. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the 9th-level void transformation, I'll be able to use the profundity fragment to help any concept to transform into a profundity when it reaches the 9th-level advance. At that time, I'll only need to continue consuming spirit fruits and my cultivation base will break through to the martial monarch stage in one go. As soon as I break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill will be completely unleashed. At that time, my cultivation base will enter a period of rapid improvement. The more Duan Lingtian thought about this, the brighter his eyes shone. Even until now, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was still limited. Most of it was hidden in his body, and would occasionally extend a gush of medicinal efficacy to help him raise his cultivation base. However, during this process, although his advancement was faster than an ordinary void transformation martial artist, it was still extremely slow. As soon as his cultivation base broke through to the martial monarch stage, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill would enter a whole new period of explosive growth. At that time, he would only need to compare himself with other martial monarch powerhouses. It's time to start cultivating. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed his surging emotions and swallowed the red phosphorus fruit in his hand, allowing it to transform into medicinal efficacy that merged into his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill hidden in the depths of his dantian had a reaction. Soon, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit merged together, and urged his origin energy to circulate at lightning speed around his meridians. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roving dragon form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian circulated his mental cultivation method and closed his eyes at the same time to meditate and cultivate. Unknowingly, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand. If there was another person here, he or she would definitely be shocked to see that the 3 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand were 3 completely different concept fragments. Holding 3 different concept fragments at the same time and comprehending 3 different concepts without any pressure at all. If news of this were to spread out, it would be enough to shock all the martial artists on Cloud Continent. This was because in the long history of Cloud Continent, there had never been such a human or demon beast. Not to mention comprehending 3 different concepts with the help of 3 different concept fragments. Even in the history of Cloud Continent, there had never been a person who could comprehend 2 different concepts by relying on 2 different concept fragments. 3 different concepts. Duan Lingtian's mind was immersed in the 3 different concept fragments, as he sensed their profundity to his heart's content. He intended to master them and improve the concept he comprehended. At the same time, the origin energy in his body was not idle. Under the dual effects of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit, it was improving at an extremely fast speed. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the entire Lu clan was in an uproar. No. It was not just the Lu clan. In the vast estate controlled by the Lu clan where the Lu clan's estate was located, a shocking piece of news spread out and shocked everyone who heard the news. After the Lu clan issued a bounty with a shocking reward last time, they issued another bounty with a shocking reward. There was a small village 1,000 miles north of the Lu clan's estate. Although the village was small, it was extremely lively. This was because this village was the only place within 10,000 miles north of the Lu clan's estate that had a restaurant. Although there was only one restaurant, it was packed with people all day long and was extremely lively. Hey! Did you guys hear? The Lu clan issued another bounty with a shocking reward. A sturdy man who had just entered the restaurant and sat down at a table said with a grin, "Lu clan? Bounty?" His words immediately attracted many people's attention. Most of these eyes were filled with curiosity. What reward? What bounty? Soon, someone could not help but ask. Humph! Before the sturdy man could reply, someone snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Since the bounty the Lu clan issued this time has a shocking reward. In terms of difficulty, it's definitely not inferior to the bounty they issued last time. I've heard about the bounty the Lu clan issued last time. It seems to be about finding a stalk of grass. However, the characteristics of that grass are extremely unique. I've never heard of anyone who has seen that grass before. For a mere stalk of grass, the Lu clan even promised a Grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills. Many people in our northern mountain land have been alerted and are looking for that grass like crazy." Soon after, many people chimed in. "I wonder if the Lu clan issued such a bounty on purpose to prank us. I know many people, and some of them are well-traveled people. However, all of them said they've never seen that grass before." A middle-aged man suddenly said, "Humph! The Lu clan is one of the two most powerful clans in our northern mountain land. They're also a noble clan of alchemists. Why would they prank us for no reason?" Soon after, someone refuted the middle-aged man. "The Lu clan has a good reputation in our northern mountain land since 10,000 years ago. It's impossible for them to prank us." Many people chimed in. "What's the bounty the Lu clan issued this time?" Someone asked the sturdy man who started the conversation. "Ha! Speaking of which, the bounty the Lu clan issued this time is much simpler than the previous bounty," the sturdy man said as he drank. "Oh?" Many people's interest was piqued when they heard the sturdy man's words. They remembered the sturdy man had said that the reward for the Lu clan's bounty this time was shocking as well. A reward that could be described as shocking must be something good. It was enough to tempt them. This time, the Lu clan has issued a public bounty for void transformation stage martial artists. There's no limit to the number and type of spirit fruits. The sturdy man did not beat around the bush and said directly, "That's it." The sturdy man's words stunned everyone present. They found it unbelievable. In their opinion, although the spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist was precious, it was not a rare item. In fact, some of them had consumed them before. "That's right. That's it." The sturdy man nodded. "What reward did the Lu clan offer?" Everyone present was most concerned about this. The Lu clan announced that any martial artist who offers the Lu clan a spirit fruit consumed by void transformation stage martial artists will be rewarded with a Grade 1 life recovery pill, the sturdy man said. The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the scene fell silent. Chapter 1088. A Grade 1 life recovery pill? Soon after, someone said with a mocking smile, "What a Lu clan! What a wishful thinking! They want to exchange a mere Grade 1 life recovery pill for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit?" Although a Grade 1 life recovery pill was precious, its value was still far from the spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. Everyone knew about this. The Lu clan actually issued such a bounty. Do they really think we're idiots? I'm afraid only idiots would use a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit to exchange for a mere Grade 1 life recovery pill. If I bring a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit to the northern mountain city's black market, I can at least exchange it for 3 Grade 1 life recovery pills. A commotion broke out in the restaurant. Everyone felt the northern mountain's Lu clan was scamming them by issuing such a bounty. Big guy, is a mere grade 1 life recovery pill the shocking reward you're talking about? Someone looked at the sturdy man and mocked him. Although a grade 1 life recovery pill is precious, it can't be considered shocking. Another person looked at the sturdy man and said. At once, the sturdy man became everyone's target. Humph! The sturdy man snorted coldly in the face of the mockery and ridicule from the people in the restaurant. He said in disdain, What do you know? If it's just an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill, would I say it's a shocking reward? The sturdy man's voice overpowered the mockery and ridicule from the people in the restaurant. Everyone could not help but be stunned. What do you mean by that? That's right. What do you mean by an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? Don't tell me you're trying to say the grade 1 life recovery pill that the Northern Mountains Lu clan took out is not an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Humph! Including the Northern Mountains Lu clan, all the grade 1 life recovery pills circulating in the entire southern outer land are made by Guild Master Chung from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Many people voiced their opinions and refuted the sturdy man. All the grade 1 life recovery pills circulating in the southern outer land are made by the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? The burly man smiled brightly. I say, isn't your news a little too outdated? Don't tell me you haven't heard that the Lu clan has a new grade 1 alchemist not long ago. I remember now. The Lu clan's first interim elder who was the talk of the town not long ago is a grade 1 alchemist. Now that the Lu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist, there's no need for them to look for Guild Master Ching to refine grade 1 pills. Soon after, someone regained his senses and recalled the Lu clan already had a grade 1 alchemist of their own. The Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist? Immediately, some of the people who had just left home were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of this news. Humph! So what if the Lu clan had their own grade 1 alchemist? Don't tell me the grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is better than the one refined by Guild Master Chung from our Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? The grade 1 medicinal pills refined by Guild Master Chung often have a purity of 70% and above. It's not easy to refine medicinal pills that are better than the medicinal pills refined by him. That's right. Even if the Lu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be better than Guild Master Ching, let alone refine medicinal pills that are better than the medicinal pills refined by Guild Master Ching. Many people spoke up again. Based on their words, it was obvious that they were full of respect for Guild Master Chung from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. What a frog in a well! The sturdy man glared coldly at the group of people who looked down on the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist master and said slowly, enunciating each word clearly. His voice was loud and clear, easily suppressing the discussion of the crowd. At once, everyone shifted their attention to him again. Many people's eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. Frog in a well? Then I'd like to hear you tell me how we're frog in a well? A middle-aged man was so angry that he stood up from his seat. He glared at the sturdy man and said in a deep voice, If you can't give me a good reason today, I'll make you bleed. The moment his words left his mouth, a domineering aura swept out from the middle-aged man's body, causing the people around him to feel pressured. A powerhouse at the peak of the void. Soon after, someone could not help but exclaim. At once, everyone looked at the middle-aged man with dread in their eyes. They regarded him as a scourge as though they were afraid he would swallow them whole. However, their eyes quickly shifted away from the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the void and landed on the sturdy man in unison. I'm afraid this fellow is going to be unlucky. If he can't give me a good reason today, this powerhouse at the peak of the void will definitely not let him go. How dare he say we're frog in a well and offend everyone the moment he opens his mouth? He's seeking death. I'd like to see what he has to say. The crowd discussed among themselves. They all thought the sturdy man was going to be unlucky. Through the aura emitted from the middle-aged man's body, the sturdy man could not help but feel dread when he sensed the middle-aged man was at the peak of the void. However, the dread in his eyes soon disappeared, and he became fearless. All of you are saying that Elder Duan from the Lu clan is inferior to Guild Master Chen. I wonder if any of you have witnessed Elder Duan refining pills with your own eyes, or have you obtained a Grade 1 pill refined by Elder Duan and compared it with Guild Master Cheng's Grade 1 pill? The sturdy man asked as he looked at the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. Although this was the first time many of them had heard of an Elder Duan from the Lu clan. However, it was easy for them to connect the Elder Duan mentioned by the sturdy man to the Grade 1 alchemist master from the Lu clan. Therefore, nobody thought it was strange. However, they collectively remained silent in the face of the sturdy man's question. None of them had seen the Grade 1 alchemist master from Lu clan before, let alone witnessing him refining pills with their own eyes. They had never come into contact with the Grade 1 pills refined by the other party, so they had no way of comparing them. What? You have nothing to say? The sturdy man sneered and mocked. You don't know anything, and yet you're talking nonsense about the Lu clan's Elder Duan? What a joke! The sturdy man's words caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Humph! Based on what you said, the Grade 1 alchemist master from the Lu clan must be very skilled in refining medicine. I'd like to hear how miraculous the Grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is to be praised so highly by you. That's right. As the saying goes, all talk and no action. If you're so capable, tell us how high the purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill refined by the Lu clan's elder is. Since the Lu clan dares to be so thick-skinned as to exchange it for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit. Don't tell me the purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is above 75%. Soon after, the crowd regained their senses and questioned the sturdy man, unwilling to be left behind. In their opinion, a Grade 1 life recovery pill that was worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit had to have a purity of at least 75%. This was because only a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above would have a better effect than a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 70% or below. Only a Grade 1 life recovery pill like that would be worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit. Moreover, they did not think the Lu clan's Grade 1 alchemist elder would be able to refine a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above. On Cloud Continent, let alone the outer land where they were, even in the inner land, a Grade 1 alchemist who could refine a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. A purity of 75% or above? Upon hearing the crowd's words, the sturdy man was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. He seemed to have lost control of his emotions and could not stop laughing for a long time. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Waves of laughter filled the restaurant, causing the faces of the people in the restaurant to turn even gloomier. Are you done laughing? Finally, the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the void asked coldly. His voice was as loud as thunder and suppressed the sturdy man's laughter. At this moment, the sturdy man finally stopped laughing. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. Of course, I'm laughing at them for being narrow-minded. The sturdy man glanced at the middle-aged man fearfully before he looked at the others and said rudely, Then I'd like to hear how narrow-minded they are? The middle-aged man stared at the sturdy man and asked word by word while the crowd was furious. Do you think the Lu clan is taking out a Grade 1 life recovery pill to exchange for a spirit fruit for a void transformation stage martial artist because the person who exchanged the spirit fruit will suffer a loss? Do all of you think only a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above is worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit? The burly man looked around and asked two questions to the people in the restaurant. Although the crowd did not speak, their eyes undoubtedly acknowledged this point. Very good. Seeing that the crowd did not deny it, the sturdy man narrowed his eyes and told them everything he heard without holding back. Then I'll tell all of you. According to the news from the Lu clan, the Grade 1 life recovery pill that the Lu clan is exchanging for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit has a purity of 90% or above. 90%. The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, The restaurant that had already quieted down fell into a dead silence. Even the powerhouse at the peak of the void, who was staring at the sturdy man covetously, stood rooted to the ground. He was stunned. Chapter 1089. 90%. 90%. The sturdy man's voice reverberated in the minds of the people in the restaurant. They were so shocked that they did not regain their senses for a long time. A grade 1 life recovery pill? 90% purity? Soon after, someone regained his senses. He looked at the sturdy man and snorted. "You're not bluffing, are you? A grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity? Even those grade 1 alchemists in the inner land might not be able to refine it. More than 90% purity? What a joke! I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either." The people in the restaurant regained their senses and began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they did not believe the sturdy man's words. At this moment, the powerhouse at the peak of the void standing in front of the sturdy man was also glaring at him. His domineering aura swept out again and pressed down on the sturdy man's body. Barf! The sturdy man, who was caught off guard, was suppressed by the aura until his vital energy and blood surged in his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. However, although he was injured, he did not dare to show any signs of anger. Who knew if he would anger the powerhouse at the peak of the void in front of him? If the powerhouse killed him, he would have no one to complain about his injustice. "Is what you said true?" the powerhouse at the peak of the void asked in a deep voice. "Of course it's true." Although the powerhouse had injured him, the sturdy man did not dare to ignore the powerhouse. He hastily said, "The reward came from the Lu clan. They're offering a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity in exchange for a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit." The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the people in the restaurant fell silent again. They could see it. The sturdy man did not seem like he was lying. The Lu clan is an ancient clan that has a history of 10,000 years in the northern mountain land. It's impossible for them to make a false promise. Someone muttered after a while. Indeed. An ancient clan like the Lu clan values their reputation the most. If they don't have a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity or more, they wouldn't make such a promise. Many people nodded in agreement. In the northern mountain land, regardless of whether it was the alchemist clan, the Lu clan, or the weapons craftsman clan, the O clan, both of them were ancient clans that had existed for 10,000 years. The two great clans had always placed great importance on their reputation. Their reputation in the northern mountain land was very good. "You're right, but isn't that grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 90% and above a little too exaggerated?" Someone smiled bitterly. "Yeah, it's too exaggerated. As far as I know, even the grade 1 alchemist who founded the Lu clan 10,000 years ago, the person who's widely acknowledged as the most outstanding alchemist in the northern mountain land for the past 10,000 years, the grade 1 pills he refined only have 80% purity at most. I've heard of this before. That's what the rumors say." Everyone in the restaurant was in a heated discussion. Most of them still found it hard to believe. If the Lu clan can really produce a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity, then the person who refined such a grade 1 life recovery pill must be the grade 1 alchemist elder who joined the Lu clan not long ago. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but guess. "I heard that the grade 1 alchemist is a young man who's not even 30 years old yet," someone else said. However, the moment his words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. "What? Not even 30 years old yet? A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old yet?" The entire restaurant was in an uproar at once. Most of the people present had only heard that the Lu clan had a new grade 1 alchemist elder recently. They did not know that the grade 1 alchemist elder was a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. A grade 1 alchemist who was not even 30 years old was just like a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. It was enough to shock them from the bottom of their hearts. It's actually not difficult to verify the authenticity of this. All you have to do is bring a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to the Lu clan to exchange for it. Then, everything will be clear. Soon after, someone suggested. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. No matter if it was a donkey or a horse, they would only know after taking it out for a walk. In the Lu clan's estate. Crackle, crackle. In the master bedroom of a spacious mansion in the east, the crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other suddenly resonated. The sound was exceptionally pleasant to the ears. A young man who had just gotten out of bed was stretching his arms and legs in front of the bed. The sound came from his body. The young man wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, there was a faint smile on his handsome face. If there was a second person here, that person would definitely feel as though they were bathing in the spring breeze when they saw the smile on his face. The bottleneck to the 8th level void transformation stage is also out. All I need is a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to successfully break through to the 8th level void transformation stage. After breaking through to the 8th level void transformation stage, I only need one spirit fruit to break through to the 9th level void transformation stage. The purple-clad young man raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had successfully broken through to the next level after consuming the red phosphorus fruit. However, my concept has not improved at all in these few days. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stretched out his hands and opened his palms. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's hands shook and clenched into fists. Boom! In an instant, a milky white flame soared up from his body. The flame was fierce and shot up into the sky as though it was going to pierce through the ceiling of the room above him. As the milky white flame soared up, waves of rolling airwaves swept out, causing the tables and cabinets in the room to shake as though there was an earthquake. Whoosh! At the same time, above Duan Lingtian's head, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the next moment, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They meandered down, looking lifelike. Just the origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist. In the past, when I used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed my full strength, my strength was equivalent to the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian recalled. Not long ago, my sword concept rose from the 5th level advanced stage to the 8th level advanced stage. My strength rose along with it, and it was equivalent to the strength of 3,800 ancient horned dragons. Now, my cultivation base has broken through from the 6th level void transformation stage to the 7th level void transformation stage. Due to the fact that there's a divide between the two, my origin energy has increased by 200 ancient horned dragon strength after the transformation. Coupled with the double boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Now that I've unleashed all my techniques and unleashed my full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 4,200 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a whole new understanding of his strength. Now, I can even defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the void. Unknowingly, a confident and brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I wonder how Tian Wu has mastered her own strength now. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He immediately walked out of the room and went to the backyard. Tian Wu isn't here. When he arrived at the backyard, Duan Lingtian did not see Feng Tianwu. He only found out after asking the servant girl that Feng Tianwu had not come to the backyard since the day before yesterday. She had been staying in her room all this while. Elder Duan. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to leave the backyard, he noticed servant Xiao Yun was rushing towards him. Duan Lingtian looked at servant Xiao Yun in confusion. Elder Duan, Chow Chow. Chow Chow is waiting for you in the main hall. Servant Xiao Yun said while gasping for breath after she arrived near Duan Lingtian. Chow Chow? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he realized the Chao Chao that servant Xiaoyun mentioned was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Could it be that the clan leader has offered a reward for the spirit fruit that a void transformation stage martial artist consumes? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly left the backyard and rushed to the main hall. I wonder how many spirit fruits the Patriarch has offered as a reward for void transformation stage martial artists. If the reward is 2 that I haven't consumed before, then that would be awesome. So long as I'm given a period of time, my cultivation will break through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, as he made his way there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the main hall and met the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Elder Duan. Lu Rui bowed respectfully when he met Duan Lingtian in private. He knew very well. As long as the young man in front of him did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in the future. Due to this reason, he did not dare to slight the young man. Clan leader, did you come to see me because you've found the reward? Duan Lingtian asked while suppressing the excitement in his heart. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. How many? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He could no longer suppress his excitement and asked excitedly. How many? However, Lu Rui was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question. Didn't you say that you've found the location of the spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned as well. Lu Rui finally understood why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Elder Duan, it's not that we've found the location of the spirit fruit, but we've found the reward that you asked me to send out earlier. The reward that you sent out earlier? Duan Lingtian did not realize it at first. However, he finally recalled it in a blink of an eye. He asked excitedly, Clan leader, you mean? We've found the location of the soul-stabilizing grass? The soul-stabilizing grass. It was the heaven and earth treasure that could help Feng Tianwu recover her memory. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the soul-stabilizing grass was undoubtedly much more important than the spirit fruit that void transformation martial artists consumed. There were many of the latter on Cloud Continent. It was not difficult to find them. Chapter 1090. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. Someone came to visit our Lu clan today. He said he saw the soul-stabilizing grass in a remote mountain range. Did that person bring the soul-stabilizing grass? Where is he now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Rui's words. His breathing quickened involuntarily. That person didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him. Lu Rui shook his head in the face of Duan Lingtian's anticipation. His words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed Duan Lingtian's head. It made Duan Lingtian wake up completely. He didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him? Duan Lingtian frowned in confusion. Yes. Lu Rui nodded. I heard from that person that there's a demon that can transform into a human guarding the soul-stabilizing grass in that remote mountain range. He's not a match for that demon, so he can't take the soul-stabilizing grass. Demon? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Is that demon very powerful? In the entire Cloud Continent, the soul-stabilizing grass could be considered as an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was not strange that the place where it grew was guarded by a powerful demon. I heard from that person that the demon's strength is almost at the peak of the void, Lu Rui said nonchalantly. Lu Rui said nonchalantly. A demon at the peak of the void is nothing. I'm going to ask Elder Ji to follow him to the mountain range to retrieve the soul-stabilizing herb. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Elder Ji was. He was one of the 3 guardian elders of the Lu clan. In the past, when he had just arrived at the Lu clan, he had met Lu Ji once. However, he did not see him again after he joined the Lu clan. However, I haven't asked Elder Ji to follow that person to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. According to what I know, it's best to refine many herbs as soon as they're plucked. Only in that way can we fully display its medicinal properties. Lu Rui voiced his concerns. Elder Duan, is there a need to pay attention to the soul-stabilizing grass? If not, I will immediately go find Elder G and ask him to go with that person and retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. It's normal for you to have such concerns. However, you're only talking about ordinary herbs. Soul-stabilizing grass can't be compared to ordinary herbs, Duan Lintian said. The soul-stabilizing grass and the immortal spirit grass he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure were not ordinary herbs. Of course, compared to the soul-stabilizing grass, the immortal spirit grass was much more precious. The immortal spirit grass was, after all, a legendary herb. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never seen one in his 2 lifetimes. As for the soul-stabilizing grass, reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen it a few times. In that case, I'll go find Elder Ji now. After Lu Rui finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Patriarch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stopped Lu Rui. Is there anything else, Elder Duan? If it's about the soul-stabilizing grass, you can rest assured. If Elder Ji makes a move, it won't be difficult for him to obtain the soul-stabilizing grass. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression before he reassured Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I don't doubt Elder Ji's strength. I just want to go with Elder Ji to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. Duan Lingtian revealed his plan. He had been staying in the Lu clan's mansion recently. Coupled with the fact that he had been cultivating for the past few days, he wanted to go out and relax. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to see if there were any other heaven and earth treasures in the place where the soul-stabilizing grass grew. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the soul-stabilizing grass is an extremely rare herb. The place where the soul-stabilizing grass grows must have a good environment. That kind of environment is suitable for many heaven and earth treasures to grow. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. In his opinion, he had been very lucky ever since he came to the Lu clan. First, he obtained the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan. Then, he obtained news of the soul-stabilizing grass. This time, he was going to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass with Lu Ji. Perhaps, he might really encounter other heaven and earth treasures. Elder Duan, you're going with us? Lu Rui was stunned. Why? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian asked. There's no problem. I'm just concerned about your safety, Elder Duan. Unfortunately, Elder Yuan and Elder Gui went out a few days ago. They'll only be back in half a month. When Lu Rui reached this part of the sentence, he said with a worried expression on his face. Isn't there still Elder Ji? Duan Lingtian felt warm in his heart. He shook his head and said with a smile, With Elder Ji around, are you still worried that something will happen to me? Besides, is there anyone who dares to offend the Lu clan in the northern mountain land? Duan Lingtian felt Lu Rui's concern had caused him to panic. However, he could understand why Lu Rui would do that. After all, in Lu Rui's eyes, not only was he a Grade 1 alchemist who could refine Grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity, but he was also a future martial monarch powerhouse. He could not afford to lose him. That's true. Lu Rui nodded awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He also realized he had caused himself to panic. In the northern mountain land, only the O clan was qualified to be compared to the Lu clan. The other second-rate forces were not even enough to fill the gaps between the Lu clan's teeth. Those second-rate forces only had one martial monarch powerhouse each. Their strength was not comparable to any of the 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan. I'll go with you. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui walked out of the main hall together, a cold voice entered their ears. They could not help but shudder. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a silhouette that looked like a fire elf standing nearby. It was a red-clad lady with a face that could topple a nation. The only flaw was that her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Her entire body was emitting a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Even if it was just a short sentence, it seemed to be able to freeze the air around her. Tian Wu. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the red-clad lady. He asked in surprise, Why did you come out? I'll go with you. Feng Tianwu did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. She repeated what she said earlier. Her tone was still indifferent, but it was not as cold as before. Let's go together if you want to. Duan Lingtian smiled. All right. After receiving Duan Lingtian's consent, Feng Tianwu, who was emitting a cold aura, flew forward and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. You must be Miss Tianwu, right? I'm Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. Lu Rui greeted Feng Tianwu with a smile. Although he had seen Feng Tianwu in the past, Feng Tianwu was lying in the ice coffin. They did not have any interaction at all. Now that he saw Feng Tianwu in person, he did not dare to neglect her. This was because he had learned about Feng Tianwu from Duan Lingtian's servant girl. He knew that the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that Elder Duan was looking for were for her. It was obvious that Elder Duan valued this lady a lot. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect her. This lady might become Emperor Wu's woman in the future. She was not someone he could offend. However, Feng Tianwu completely ignored Lu Rui when he took the initiative to greet her. She did not even raise her eyebrows. She completely ignored Lu Rui. Lu Rui felt a little awkward at that moment. Elder Duan, let's go look for Elder Ji. In order to cover up the awkwardness, Lu Rui quickly greeted Duan Lingtian and led the way out of the mansion. Tianwu, let's go as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and followed Lu Rui. Feng Tianwu did not reply. She merely followed Duan Lingtian silently as though she was Duan Lingtian's shadow. Soon after, Duan Lingtian met Lu Ji, one of the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, under Lu Rui's lead. Elder Duan. When Lu Ji saw Duan Lingtian again, he greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. There was a hint of respect in the depth of this old man's eyes. It was respect for Duan Lingtian. A few days ago, he had already found out that this Elder Duan could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above. It could be said that he was utterly impressed by him. Elder Ji. Duan Lingtian also greeted Lu Ji with a smile on his face. This must be Miss Tianwu, right? Lu Ji's eyes quickly landed on Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He greeted Feng Tianwu with a smile. Upon seeing this, the corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched slightly. A smirk appeared on his face. In his opinion, Feng Tianwu would ignore Elder Ji just like how she ignored him earlier. Elder Ji was destined to be defeated. However, the smile on his face soon froze. You're very strong. He noticed that Feng Tianwu had spoken. She had spoken to Lu Ji. The scene before his eyes completely shattered the illusion in his heart. Thank you for your compliment, Miss Tianwu. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Lu Ji replied politely. It was obvious he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was close. Elder Ji, you'll go with Elder Duan and Miss Tianwu this time. At this moment, Lu Rui looked at Lu Ji and told him everything that had happened. No problem. Lu Ji agreed right away. He then looked at Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Elder Duan. You've found what you want. We haven't gotten the thing yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly and said, We should depart as soon as possible. I'm afraid something might happen if we delay. I can depart now, Lu Ji said. All right. I'll bring you to that person and ask him to bring you to the soul-stabilizing herb. Upon hearing the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice, Lu Rui did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He brought the 3 Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to the place where the informant was placed. Soon after, a short, wretched-looking middle-aged man with a missing front tooth appeared before Duan Lingtian. 3rd level void transformation. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy immediately probed the wretched-looking middle-aged man's cultivation base. Wow! Beautiful! The wretched-looking middle-aged man's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Lu Rui, and Lu Ji before it landed on Feng Tianwu. He could no longer move his gaze away as he cried out loudly. I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking. Chapter 1091. However, the wretched-looking middle-aged man did not seem to hear Feng Tianwu's words. He continued to look at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face without restraint. Just as Feng Tianwu's eyes turned cold and was about to make a move, Bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tianwu only saw a flash before the wretched-looking middle-aged man's eyes before he was sent flying. A figure that looked like purple lightning followed closely behind. A moment later, the wretched-looking middle-aged man fell to the ground. He was struggling to stand up when his vision turned black. He could only see a foot stomping on his face. He did not have time to react at all. Boom! Duan Lingtian stomped on the wretched-looking middle-aged man's head to the ground. No matter how the wretched-looking middle-aged man struggled, he was still as steady as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian's face was covered in coldness just like Feng Tianwu's face, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. Ever since Feng Tianwu went berserk for him and was willing to activate the fire spirit body's energy in her body, he had completely accepted Feng Tianwu. He even treated Feng Tianwu as his woman. How could he tolerate someone profaning his woman now? If it was not for the fact that this person was still useful to him, he would have stomped on this person's head until it exploded. Feng Tianwu's heart trembled slightly when she saw the scene before her. A sense of happiness rose in her heart. Perhaps my relationship with him in the past was really special. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Clan leader Lu, I want him dead. I want him dead. At this moment, the wretched-looking middle-aged man whose head was being stomped on by Duan Lingtian realized he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grip. He looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance. If he doesn't die, I'll never tell you the whereabouts of the herb. The wretched-looking middle-aged man roared. A Grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 Grade 1 life recovery pills. Now the Grade 1 spirit weapon is gone. Duan Lingtian exerted force with his foot and stomped half of the wretched middle-aged man's head into the soil. He then said lightly. When the wretched middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned. This is Elder Duan. Our Lu clan was the one who posted the reward on his behalf. He was the one who gave the promised reward as well. Lu Rui looked at the wretched middle-aged man with pity and said slowly. You. If you don't give me a Grade 1 spirit weapon, I won't bring you to look for that grass. The wretched middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a fierce light. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of sand that he had accidentally eaten, he threatened fiercely. When I used to kick a watermelon, I could break it with one kick. However, I have never kicked a person's head before. I don't know which one is harder than a watermelon. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stepped on the head of the wretched middle-aged man. No! Hearing Duan Lingtian's muttering, the wretched middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He shouted in horror. I'll take you there! I'll take you there! He was really afraid that this young man who was much more powerful than him would kick his head like a watermelon. With this young man's strength, he would definitely die with just one kick. Didn't you say that you won't take me there? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. There was a hint of coldness in his tone. It was bone-chilling. I was joking. That's right. I was joking. Sensing the coldness in Duan Lingtian's tone, the wretched middle-aged man panicked and explained hysterically. Humph! Keep your eyes open. If you look where you shouldn't look again, I'll let you know how to write the word regret. Duan Lingtian retracted his foot and snorted coldly. Yes. The wretched middle-aged man quickly responded. He did not dare to neglect or hesitate at all. After he struggled to stand up, he did not dare to look at Feng Tianwu anymore, even if it was just a glance. Upon seeing this, Lu Rui and Lu Ji, who were standing at the side, looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. It seemed like it was just as they had guessed. The relationship between Elder Duan and Feng Tianwu was not simple at all. Lead the way! Duan Lingtian shouted as he looked at the wretched middle-aged man. His eyes flashed fiercely. Yes! The wretched middle-aged man was really afraid of Duan Lingtian now. Without any hesitation, he took the lead and rose into the air. He flew toward the east at an extremely fast speed. However, Duan Lingtian, who had already informed Lu Rui, followed the wretched middle-aged man at a leisurely pace even though he was flying with Feng Tianwu. Whoosh! A moment later, Lu Ji rose into the air and caught up with Duan Lingtian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. How did you find the soul-anchoring grass in that place? Duan Lingtian looked at the wretched middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly along the way. Soul-anchoring grass? The wretched middle-aged man was stunned. It's the grass that I put a bounty on, Duan Lingtian said. I discovered it by accident when I passed by that place. Fortunately, I ran away quickly that time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of that demon. A heartfelt fear appeared on the wretched middle-aged man's face when he recalled his previous experience. How far is it from here? Duan Lingtian asked again. With our current speed, we'll be there in a day and a night at most, the wretched middle-aged man said. A day and a night was not a long time for Duan Lingtian. It passed in the blink of an eye. When the dawn of the next day shrouded the land and shone on Duan Lingtian saw a continuous mountain range in the distance that was approaching them. It's there! At this moment, the wretched middle-aged man opened his mouth and said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. To be more precise, he was speaking to Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji. As for Feng Tianwu, he did not even dare to look at her. It was obvious he still remembered Duan Lingtian's warning. Whoosh! 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 With their speed, the continuous mountain range appeared before their eyes in just a short while. They flew until they were above the mountain range before they came to a halt. Elder Duan, the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. At this moment, the wretched middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated to speak. Humph! As long as you bring me to what I'm looking for, I'll naturally give you the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Where's the grass you saw? Lead the way! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Thank you, Elder Duan. After obtaining a definite answer from Duan Lingtian, the wretched middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and thanked Duan Lingtian happily. This way. Subsequently, he took the lead and led the way to the side of the mountain range. Soon after, they arrived at a narrow and long canyon. The canyon was shrouded in fog, and they could not see the situation inside at first glance. It's right in front. The wretched middle-aged man led the way forward. His footsteps were extremely fast, as though he was afraid he would not see the soul-stabilizing grass if he was too late. Although the wretched middle-aged man's footsteps were very fast, however, Duan Lingtian and the other two did not feel the slightest bit of pressure, and they easily followed him. In this canyon, the deeper they went, the thicker the fog was. It was impossible to see the situation in front of them. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Whoosh! Soon after, a flash appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. He realized Lu Ji had arrived in front of him and was following the wretched middle-aged man closely to lead the way. Elder Duan, follow me closely with Miss Tianwu. As long as you're not more than 10 meters away from me, even if that void stage peak demon attacks you, he won't be able to do anything to you, Lu Ji said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. His tone was filled with confidence in his own strength. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Lu Ji's words. After all, currently, as long as he did not encounter a void stage peak demon who had comprehended 3 types of 9th level void transformation concepts, he would be able to fight and even kill his opponent. Thank you, Elder Ji. Although he did not comment, he still expressed his sincere gratitude to Lu Ji for being so considerate of him. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side and followed closely behind Lu Ji. As for Lu Ji, he followed closely behind the wretched middle-aged man. The 4 of them went into the canyon one by one in order. After an unknown amount of time. Wait a minute! Lu Ji's silhouette disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes for the umpteenth time. However, this time, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face as he suddenly came to a halt. As Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Feng Tianwu came to a halt as well. Huh! Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. There's an illusory formation that's fused with the concealment formation here, Duan Lingtian said with a grave expression. Elder Ji and that fellow entered the illusory formation when they were unprepared. They're trapped inside. Illusory formation! Feng Tianwu was confused. After losing her memory, She did not even remember what an illusory formation was. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was observing his surroundings, a familiar yet unfamiliar cold voice resonated from behind him and entered his ears clearly. Who's there? Although Duan Lingtian felt that the voice was slightly familiar, he could not recall whose voice it was, so he hurriedly turned around. With just a glance, he saw two figures. One was a middle-aged man dressed in gray, and the other was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. The gray-clad young man was the one who spoke. Lu Song. Duan Lingtian recognized the gray-clad young man. His face darkened, and his eyes gleamed coldly. It's you. How is it? Are you surprised? The gray-clad young man was the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. He was the elder brother of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, whom Duan Lingtian had killed when he first arrived at the Lu clan. You're the one who set up the illusory formation that's fused with the concealment formation? However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Song's mocking question. His gaze landed on the old man next to Lu Song as he asked in a deep voice. He still remembered the old man's surname was Guan. That's right. The old man did not deny Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. However, I didn't expect you to be able to see through the illusory formation I set up. It's fused with the concealment formation. How did you discover it? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread. You're not the only inscription master on Cloud Continent. Chapter 1092. The concealment formation was an inscription formation that could conceal other inscription formations. Only an inscription master whose spiritual energy was at the martial monarch stage or above could inscribe and set it up. If Duan Lingtian was not an inscription master, he would not have noticed the illusory formation that was fused with the concealment formation. It was precisely because he was an inscription master, and an outstanding one at that. Therefore, when Lu Ji and the wretched middle-aged man entered the illusory formation and triggered the concealment formation, his extended spiritual energy noticed something was amiss. Due to this reason, he managed to stop in time and did not fall into the illusory formation. You're an inscription master as well? The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the past, he had purposely tried to find out more about this purple-clad young man. Therefore, he knew the purple-clad young man had killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder, and knew the purple-clad young man was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist. He was so monstrous that he could not help but feel shocked. However, based on the purple-clad young man's words, he was an inscription master as well? Moreover, he was an inscription master who could discover the concealment formation. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked back. Humph! Duan Lingtian, it doesn't matter if you're an inscription master or not. You're destined to die today, Lu Song, who was standing next to the old man, said. His voice was cold and chilling. When Lu Song spoke, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Lu Song. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Song. I'm curious. How did you know I'd come here? Moreover, you've set up an illusory formation beforehand. I think I have good eyesight. That guy is definitely not one of you. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man next to Lu Song when he reached this part of his sentence. The illusory array was set up by the old man. That illusory array was an illusory array that was fused with a concealment array. It was extremely troublesome to set up, and it would take at least a few hours to complete. The guy that Duan Lingtian mentioned was naturally the wretched middle-aged man who had brought him here. First of all, Duan Lingtian was certain. That wretched middle-aged man was not one of Lu Song's men. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not notice anything amiss. It was because of this that he found it strange. If that wretched middle-aged man was not Lu Song's man, how could Lu Song and the old man beside him arrive here before him? In fact, they had even arrived earlier than them. This could be seen from the illusory formation they had set up. That idiot? Naturally, he is not one of us. Lu Song glared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent on his face. He smirked and said, "He's just a chess piece that I'm using. Also, don't tell me you really think that there's an herb here that you want." Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Lu Song's words. "What do you mean by that?" Duan Lingtian had a vague feeling that something was amiss. "Elder Guan, you can tell him. Let him die knowing the truth. However, we must hurry up so that Lu Ji won't break out of the formation. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to kill him," Lu Song said slowly to the old man beside him. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. "Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother. Today will be the day you die. I'll let you die in regret and despair." The killing intent in Lu Song's eyes intensified as he muttered to himself. "Yes, young master," the old man replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Duan Lingtian, as an inscription master, don't tell me you still haven't figured it out. There's nothing here that you want." The old man enunciated each word clearly. His voice was like a giant hammer that fell on Duan Lingtian's chest, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn extremely grave. "There's no soul anchoring grass?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he who was originally unaware of the situation had a clear train of thought, and the thoughts in his mind abruptly changed. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes widened. "Both of you! Have you planned this from the beginning?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Song and the old man. It was obvious that he had figured out something. "Looks like you're not that stupid after all," Lu Song sneered. "That fellow didn't see the soul anchoring grass at all. He didn't encounter the demon beast at the peak of the void that was guarding the soul anchoring grass. Everything he saw was a fake image in the illusory formation you set up, right?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the old man. "That's right," the old man said expressionlessly. "If he really encountered a demon beast at the peak of the void, do you think that piece of trash would be able to escape?" The piece of trash the old man was referring to was the wretched middle-aged man who brought Duan Lingtian here. As expected, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave, and he could not help but laugh at himself. To think that he had thought that he was extremely lucky. First, he obtained the soul-fixing root that Tian Wu needed. Then, he received news about the soul-stabilizing grass. As it turned out, there was no soul-anchoring grass at all. The soul-anchoring grass that the wretched middle-aged man saw was just a fake image in the illusory formation set up by the old man next to Lu Song. Even the demon beast at the peak of the void was fake. All of this was just Lu Song's scheme against him. Naturally, he could guess Lu Song's motive. It was to avenge Lu Huai. Lu Huai was Lu Song's younger brother. Although Lu Song did not show any hatred on his face when he saw him the last time, his spiritual energy could still detect the hatred that Lu Song deliberately concealed. The deeper the hatred was hidden, the more terrifying it would be when it was revealed. Today's incident had undoubtedly proven this point. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, to our surprise, you didn't enter the illusory formation, the old man continued. He was surprised. Initially, he and his young master planned to let Duan Lingtian enter the illusory formation before they killed Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover the illusory formation. It doesn't matter if he enters the illusory formation or not. The illusory formation wasn't prepared for him in the first place. Now that Lu Ji has entered the illusory formation that we prepared for him, he won't be able to come out anytime soon. At this moment, Lu Song opened his mouth. His voice was even colder than before. His eyes were filled with hatred. They gleamed coldly as they did not leave Duan Lingtian's side. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. Although the old man next to him was also a martial monarch powerhouse, he did not have much confidence in defeating Lu Ji. However, now that Lu Ji was trapped in the illusory formation, he could no longer protect Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted to him. Duan Lingtian. Now, do you regret killing my brother Lu Huai? Lu Song asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to say, "It's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today, I'll let you die in a way that's worse than death. To comfort my brother's soul in heaven." When Lu Song reached the end of his sentence, his voice became colder and colder. Regret? Faced with Lu Song, who was blinded by hatred, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry. Perhaps I might regret other things. However, I've never regretted killing your brother, Lu Huai. Even now." Duan Lingtian's words were like a slap to Lu Song's face. "You're seeking death." Lu Song's eyes narrowed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with killing intent. "What? Are you going to attack me?" Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Lu Song, who was glaring at him coldly. He looked at Lu Song with interest. When Lu Song heard this, his face darkened. He said coldly, "Of course I'll attack you. But not now." Huh! Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what Lu Song meant. Soon after, he knew why Lu Song said that. "Elder Guan, destroy his dantian, but don't kill him. I want to torture him slowly and let him die in despair." Lu Song looked at the old man next to him and said through gritted teeth, "Yes, young master." The old man responded and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The origin energy on his body rose up. It was so powerful that it set off waves of terrifying airwaves that caused the wind to howl. For a moment, the flowers and plants in the canyon were blown away. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above the old man's head and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons descended in a meandering manner. Just the origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, this was not the end yet. Boom! The milky white flames on the old man's body suddenly changed color and turned into a fiery red. It soared into the sky, causing the white fog in the canyon to turn red as well. Whoosh! Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. First-level monarch stage fire profundity. At the same time, bolts of purple lightning that resembled electric snakes appeared in the flames around the old man's body. There were also gusts of green wind. Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level advanced thunder concept. 9th level advanced wind concept. Duan Lingtian, you didn't expect this, did you? Elder Guan is a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. It's easy for him to kill you. Lu Song laughed arrogantly. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must be in shock and despair right now. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm face, his arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and his face turned pale. "Elder Guan, do it!" Lu Song bellowed in anger and humiliation. Boom! As Lu Song shouted, an explosion sounded in the air. Waves of scorching aura spread out in all directions. Chapter 1093. The old man next to Lu Song was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not react in time at all. In the blink of an eye, the world in front of Duan Lingtian turned fiery red. It was as though he was in an ocean of fire. The scorching aura that spread from the ground made his forehead and face covered in sweat. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Duan Lingtian noticed the fiery red ocean in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, it moved away from him like an arrow that was released from a bow. It kept shrinking before his eyes. In the end, the fiery red ocean transformed into a person. It was an old man. An old man who was covered in flames from head to toe. However, the flames on the old man's body seemed to have withered and could not continue. Barf! At that moment, the old man whose face had turned extremely pale suddenly spasmed a few times before he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over the ground like dazzling red roses. You! The old man stood in the distance. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was looking at the lady in red who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until now, the lady in red had been standing next to Duan Lingtian quietly. She did not seem to exist. Whether it was the old man or Lu Song, they had taken her seriously since the beginning. This was because she was just too young. She was so young that they did not feel threatened by her. However, at that moment, all of their eyes were fixed on the lady in red without exception. Subsequently, they seemed to have noticed something and lifted their heads abruptly. The heaven and earth energy that had been stirring above the lady in red's head finally transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons rapidly formed. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. It was still increasing. In the end, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped at 8,000. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Fire profundity. Sword profundity. Looking at the rising sword-shaped flames on the lady in red, the old man exclaimed in shock. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Demon! Demon Lord? After a while, the old man took a deep breath and stared at the lady in red with fear in his eyes as he probed. In the old man's opinion, the beautiful woman in red looked to be in her early 20s. He had comprehended 2 monarch stage profundities at such a young age. The red-clad woman was clearly a monarch stage powerhouse like him. It was impossible for a human martial artist to become a monarch stage powerhouse at such a young age. Therefore, the red-clothed woman could only be a demon monarch powerhouse. The demon monarch, the monarch of the demon monarchs, was equally famous as the martial monarch of the human martial artists. You want to kill him? The red-clothed woman ignored the old man's question. Instead, she asked this question in a cold tone. If one looked closely, they would discover that the woman in red's beautiful face, which was originally covered with a layer of frost, had an additional layer of frost in an instant. The red-clothed woman stood there, her entire body enveloped by a scorching sword-shaped flame. However, the old man that she was staring at did not feel any heat. He only felt waves of bone-piercing cold air coming from all directions, causing him to feel an extreme chill that originated from his bones. The old man didn't answer the woman in red's question, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Those who want to kill him will have to die. The red-clothed woman's alluring red lips moved slightly as she spoke slowly. As soon as the word die left her mouth, she had already disappeared from Lu Song's sight. Watch out, Elder Guan! Horror dawned on Lu Song's face as he cried out in panic. However, just as he reacted and looked at the old man, he saw the old man's body tremble before he collapsed. He was no longer breathing. The old man's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out why there was a demon monarch powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side. The red-clothed woman stood in front of the old man's body. Her red dress fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. Elder Guan! Lu Song muttered to himself in a daze as he shifted his gaze from the old man's body to the red-clothed woman. His face turned extremely pale. If he had known that there was such a powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side apart from Lu Ji, he would not have dared to do anything to Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had killed his own brother. Thud! Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, Lu Song kneeled on the ground and called out to the red-clothed woman in the distance. Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. I won't kill you. The red-clothed woman glanced at Lu Song, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy indifferently, and said coldly, Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Lu Song hurriedly thanked her, and called out even louder. Soon, his head was bleeding. Whoosh! The red-clothed woman moved like a fire elf and returned to Duan Lingtian's side in just a moment. She said softly, I don't want to dirty my hands by killing him. Leave it to me, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. The red-clothed woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory. Duan Lingtian only found out yesterday. After losing her memory, Feng Tianwu could completely control the energy in her body. Currently, she was a first-level void transformation martial artist who had mastered 2 third-level monarch stage profundities. Without using her origin energy, she could unleash an attack that was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons with just her profundities alone. It was precisely because of this that Duanling Tian was fearless. He knew that as long as Tian Wu was there, nothing would happen to him. In the end, Tian Wu did not disappoint him. She killed the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song in just a blink of an eye. Her movements were smooth and clean. "Those who want to kill him will have to die." The words that Feng Tianwu said to the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song still echoed in Duanling Tian's ears. Her tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of anger in it. At that moment, Duanling Tian's heart was filled with warmth. He knew that although Tian Wu could not remember the past, she had already acknowledged him as a person from the bottom of her heart. This could be seen from the fact that she was angry because of him. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. It was getting further and further away. Before Duanling Tian could make his move, Lu Song had already made his move and dashed out of the canyon in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Duanling Tian had once killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder. Would it not be a piece of cake for him to kill a 5th-level void transformation martial artist? Escape? Do you think you can escape? However, when Lu Song had fled several dozen meters away, he suddenly heard a mocking voice in front of him. When he raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, he saw a familiar figure waiting there. A purple-clad young man appeared before his eyes. "You! How can you be so fast?" Lu Song's eyes narrowed. As he came to a halt, he asked in horror. You're a powerhouse at the peak of the void? Looks like you're not stupid after all." Duanling Tian looked at Lu Song in surprise. His current strength was indeed on par with a powerhouse at the peak of the void. Thud! When Lu Song realized it was impossible for him to escape from Duanling Tian, he knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to beg for mercy. However, the person he was kowtowing to this time was someone else. It was Duanling Tian. "Elder Duan, please spare my life! Elder Duan, please spare my life! As long as Elder Duan spares my worthless life, I promise I won't return to the Lu clan and fight with Lu Bai for the clan leader's position. Elder Duan, please spare my life! Please spare my life!" Lu Song kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy hysterically. At this moment, he no longer looked like the great young master of the northern mountain lands Lu clan's lineal descendant. He looked more like a pitiful wretch with no dignity at all. "How can a coward like you deserve to be the clan leader of Lu clan?" Duanling Tian glanced at Lu Song with disgust. He did not want to waste any more time on him. With a lift of his hand, he slammed his palm down and ended Lu Song's life. If Lu Song had given up his hatred for Duanling Tian from the beginning, perhaps he could still be the Lu clan's great young master. However, he chose to seek revenge on Duanling Tian and brought about his own destruction in the end. "Where should I go now?" At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duanling Tian's ears. "Elder Ji?" When he looked into the distance, he saw Lu Ji had broken out of the illusory formation. Although he was not surprised by this, he was still shocked. Based on his observation of the illusory formation with his spiritual energy, it would take an ordinary martial monarch at least half an hour to break out of it. However, Lu Ji only spent a quarter of an hour to come out. "Elder Duan?" When Lu Ji heard Duanling Tian's voice, he could not help but sigh in relief. "I'm finally out." 15 minutes ago, when he turned around and saw Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu were nowhere to be seen, and when he saw the wretched middle-aged man walking in front of him was nowhere to be seen, he realized he might have fallen into the illusory formation. Subsequently, he began to look for a way out of the illusory formation. Finally, he left the illusory formation 15 minutes later. Soon after, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, his gaze landed on the old body on the ground. The familiar face made him frown. "Isn't this Guanli?" As one of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, Lu Ji recognized most of the Lu clan's elders. Guanli was one of them. Guanli was the Lu clan's foreign elder who followed the Lu clan's great young master. All of a sudden, Lu Ji seemed to have noticed something. He lifted his head slightly and looked in the distance. Lu Song? With just a glance, he recognized the owner of the body that was dozens of meters away. His eyes narrowed slightly. Elder Duan, this is... After taking a deep breath, Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on his face. Elder Ji, don't you think it's strange that they're here? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile in the face of Lu Ji, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. It's a little strange. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's nothing here that I'm looking for. Duan Lingtian sighed as he spoke of the entire sequence of events without leaving out anything. What? Chapter 1094. Lu Ji took a deep breath to calm himself down. His gaze turned colder as he looked at the two bodies on the ground. Earlier, I've advised Lu Song to forget about the enmity between him and you, Elder Duan. He also promised me that he wouldn't seek revenge from you, Elder Duan. When Lu Ji reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. However, I didn't expect him to say one thing and do another. He actually came up with such a plan to lure you into his trap, Elder Duan. A hint of anger appeared on Lu Ji's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He was angry that Lu Song had lied to him. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had no reason to lie. The fact that Lu Song and the old man next to him were here explained many things. However, where did they find a martial monarch stage inscription master to set up this illusory formation that could confuse me? Soon after, Lu Ji frowned. His face was filled with confusion. The illusory formation that could trap him was undoubtedly set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. He was certain of this. Naturally, the reason Lu Ji asked such a question was because when Duan Lingtian told him about the ins and outs of the matter, he did not mention that the illusory formation was set up by the old man next to Lu Ji. Therefore, in Lu Ji's opinion, the old man was only a martial artist at the peak of the void. When Lu Ji was thinking about this, Duan Lingtian walked up to the old man's body. Whoosh! Without warning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and consolidated origin energy into a sword. It whistled as it slashed toward the old man. The sound of the sword whistling in the air attracted Lu Ji's attention. Subsequently, Lu Ji saw Duan Lingtian's sword landing on the old man's body. Moreover, he took out 3 fragments from the old man's body. They were the fragments that were nurtured in the old man's body. Initially, he merely glanced at the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not notice anything special. However, when he took a closer look, his eyes were completely focused on one of the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The fragment was surrounded by a burning red flame. Profundity fragment? After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ji came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already put away the first-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment and the 2 9th-level Concept Fragments in his hand. A faint smile appeared on his face. To him, the harvest this time was not bad. He had obtained a Profundity Fragment. 1 Profundity Fragment was enough to represent a martial Monarch powerhouse. Although it was only a first-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment, as long as it was given to a 9th-level Void Transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th-level Advanced Fire concept, he would definitely be able to comprehend the fire profundity and break through to become a martial monarch powerhouse. This Guan Li. When did he break through to the martial monarch stage? When Duan Lingtian put away the 3 fragments in his hand, Lu Ji came back to his senses. His gaze fell on the old man's corpse immediately, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was obvious Lu Ji did not know the old man next to Lu Song was a martial monarch powerhouse. At this moment, he could not help but sigh inwardly. What a pity, a martial emperor died just like that. In his opinion, as long as Guan Li was still alive, he would most likely become the 4th guardian elder in the Lu clan. At that time, the Lu clan's overall strength would rise to a whole new level. Wait a minute! Suddenly, Lu Ji seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes narrowed immediately. He remembered something of utmost importance. Since Guanli was already a martial monarch powerhouse, the person who killed him was undoubtedly a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Moreover, the person must be a martial monarch powerhouse who was more powerful than Guanli. Otherwise, how could he have killed Guanli? Elder Duan. Who killed Guanli? Lu Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. What do you think? Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly as though he had expected Lu Ji to ask this question. Lu Ji was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe for a while before finally looking at the red-clad lady standing at the side. It was Feng Tianwu. It's impossible for this lady. She had to rely on Elder Duan's origin energy to carry her through the air when we came here. Lu Ji glanced at Feng Tianwu before he looked at Duan Lingtian again. If that's the case, the person who killed Guanli is either Elder Duan himself or a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan to protect him at all times. Lu Ji speculated inwardly. He was more inclined to believe the latter was the case. It was not only because Duan Lingtian was too young, but it was also because Duan Lingtian was an outstanding Grade 1 alchemist. It would be ridiculous if such a young Grade 1 alchemist was also a martial monarch powerhouse at the same time. Due to this reason, he did not believe Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. Since we don't have what you want, Elder Duan, let's go back. When Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. His tone that was already polite became even more polite. From the wounds on Guanli's body, he could tell that Guanli was killed with a single blow. Although he did not know Guanli's exact cultivation base, if it were him, it would be impossible for him to kill Guanli with a single blow even if Guanli was only a first-level martial monarch martial artist. Due to this reason, he guessed the powerhouse hiding in the dark to protect Duan Lingtian was much more powerful than him. Due to this reason, his attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. All right. Duan Lingtian did not reject Lu Ji's suggestion. After calling out to Feng Tianwu, he left with Guanli. After the three of them left, they went straight to the Lu clan's estate. Another day and night had passed, and they successfully returned to the Lu clan. Smack! A loud noise reverberated in the Lu clan's main hall. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, had raised his hand and slapped the new chair next to him, shattering it into pieces. Lu Song, you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall! Lu Rui suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with rage. It was obvious he knew what Lu Song had done. After a while, Lu Rui took a deep breath and looked at the purple-clad young man with an apologetic expression. Elder Duan, it's our Lu clan's fault for not being considerate enough. I hope you don't blame us. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed back. Since Lu Song is dead, let's put this matter behind us, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. He had no intention of pursuing the matter. Yes, Lu Rui replied respectfully. Huh! The old man standing next to the purple-clad young man, Lu Ji, suddenly frowned. He was the Lu clan's guardian elder. He had a feeling that there was a hint of fear in the clan leader's eyes when he looked at the young elder Duan earlier. It was as though he was afraid of something. Could it be that the clan leader knows there's a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan? Moreover, even the clan leader is afraid of that powerhouse? Lu Ji speculated inwardly. Elder Duan, it's quite a coincidence. On the day you left, two people came one after another. Each of them took a void transformation martial artist spirit fruit in exchange for the Grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined. At this moment, Lu Rui changed the topic and told Duan Lingtian about another reward. 2 people? 2 spirit fruits? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lu Ji to give him such a big surprise as soon as he returned. I hope I haven't consumed those 2 spirit fruits. If that's the case, my cultivation base will be able to break through to the 9th level void transformation in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian's heart raced. His body began to tremble uncontrollably due to his excitement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked curiously, Clan leader, how many grade 1 life recovery pills did you exchange for the spirit fruits? 1 grade 1 life recovery pill in exchange for 1 spirit fruit. Lu Rui replied truthfully. 1? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he heard that. Only 1? Did anyone exchange for it? In his opinion, the value of a void transformation martial artist's spirit fruit was far from what a grade 1 life recovery pill could compare to. Naturally, nobody would exchange for an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. However, if you exchanged it with a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% that you refined, Elder Duan, they would benefit from it. Lu Rui shook his head and said, putting aside the fact that the value of a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, it's not only in its medicinal efficacy. Just its medicinal efficacy alone is enough to make people scramble for it. In terms of medicinal efficacy and efficacy, a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% is 5 times more powerful than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70%. At a critical moment, a grade 1 life recovery pill like this can even save a life. Lu Rui was excited when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian finally understood what he meant. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who was eager to return to his room to cultivate and improve his cultivation base, took the 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui and brought Feng Tianwu back to his residence. Tianwu, take this red phosphorus fruit and use it to cultivate. Duan Lingtian handed the spirit fruit that seemed to be burning with a red phosphorus fire to Feng Tianwu and said bluntly, "Take it." Feng Tianwu was a woman of few words, but she was very direct. I've already consumed a red phosphorus fruit before, so it's useless for me to consume it again. Take it. Seeing that Feng Tianwu was unwilling to accept it, Duan Lingtian took out his trump card. Naturally, he was telling the truth. He had just obtained 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui. One of the red phosphorus fruit was the spirit fruit that he had consumed some time ago. It was also given to him by Lu Rui. His current cultivation base was elevated because he had consumed the red phosphorus fruit. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu finally put the red phosphorus fruit away. Thank you. Feng Tianwu moved her red lips slightly and thanked Duan Lingtian directly. There's no need for thanks between us. After glancing at Feng Tianwu gently, Duan Lingtian bade her farewell and returned to his room to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, Feng Tianwu returned to her room as well. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Chapter 1095. The Cloud Continent was divided into the inner land and the outer land with the Ruoshui River as the boundary. The outer land was divided into the northern outer land, the southern outer land, the western outer land, and the eastern outer land. The northern mountain land was an area close to the Ruoshui River to the north of the southern outer land. To the left and right of the northern mountain land, there were 2 other areas that belonged to the southern outer land that were close to the Ruoshui River. The land of Beiki was located to the east of the northern mountain land. Although it was not as famous as the northern mountain land, it was still a place full of outstanding people. The reason why the Northern Mountains region was so famous was naturally because of the O clan and the Lu clan. The 2 families were ancient families that had been passed down for 10,000 years. They were also the 2 forces with the longest history in the entire southern outer land. No! There was no third force in the entire outer land that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. On the Cloud Continent, there might be forces that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. However, all of them were located in the inner land on the other side of the Ruoshui River. In the outer land, only the O family and the Lu family had been passed down for 10,000 years. Due to this reason, even in the entire southern outer continent, the northern mountain land was a well-known place. At the border between the land of Beiki and the northern mountain land, there was a vast city. The city was bustling with people going in and out of the city. This city was called Alchemist City. In the center of Medicine Master City stood a tall tower. It was the city's landmark. Outside the tower, there were 5 square plaques hanging from the top to the bottom. Each plaque had a single word written on it. From top to bottom, it read Alchemist's Guild. The people going in and out of the tower were like the people going in and out of Medicine Master City. If one looked closely, they would notice that most of the people going in and out of the tower had a badge pinned on their chest. It was the badge of an alchemist. Looking at the badge pinned on their chest, one could tell what grade of alchemist they were. The tower that stood in the center of Medicine Master City was the headquarters of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild. It was in charge of the Alchemist Guild in the entire Southern Outer Land. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure that was as fast as lightning flew from the horizon and reached the top of the tower in the blink of an eye. However, when this person reached the top of the tower, he stopped in midair. "I'm here to see the president. I have something to report." This was an old man in green. His eyes fell on the middle-aged man in green who was blocking his way, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as if this green-clothed middle-aged man was some kind of scourge. The green-robed middle-aged man stood there, neither happy nor angry. His entire being seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth, giving the green-robed old man a great deal of pressure. Unknowingly, cold sweat appeared on the green-robed old man's forehead and dripped down. "Let him in." At this moment, an aged voice came from the top of the tower. Although the voice was aged, it was extremely powerful. "Yes." Hearing the voice, the green-clothed middle-aged man who had been silent all this time responded respectfully. Almost as soon as the green-robed man finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air as if he had never appeared. "As expected of the people sent by the Inland's Alchemist Guild, they are indeed powerful. In the southern outer continent, those that can defeat him are probably existences that are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns." After taking a deep breath, the green-robed old man muttered in a low voice. After a short moment, he returned to his senses and flew to the top of the tower, arriving at a spacious room. At the side of the room, an old man in a silver robe sat at the table, quietly savoring the fragrant tea in the teacup in his hand. Even when the green-robed old man entered, it did not make him shift his gaze. "President!" The green-robed old man bowed respectfully to the silver-robed old man. "Why didn't you stay in the northern mountain land? Why did you come to Alchemist City?" The silver-robed old man did not look at the green-robed old man and continued to savor the fragrant tea as he asked. "President, I came to Alchemist City to look for you this time precisely because of this." With a raise of his hand, an exquisite little box appeared in the green-robed old man's hand. The box was completely made of jasper, and it looked to be of high quality. Unfortunately, the silver-robed old man still did not turn his head. He sat there and said indifferently, "You should know that ordinary things can't enter my Ching-He's eyes." The silver-robed old man's calm tone was mixed with a sense of pride that came from his bones. The green-robed old man was not surprised when he heard the silver-robed old man's words. The silver-robed old man before him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. What had he not seen on a daily basis? It was true that ordinary things could not enter his eyes. However, the green-robed old man looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. His face was filled with confidence as he continued to say, "President, I think this thing will definitely enter your eyes." The moment the green-robed old man's words left his mouth, Ching-He finally turned his head and looked at the green-robed old man. "Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. Hand it over." Ching-He knew the green-robed old man before him very well. This was the person who used to follow him. Currently, he was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the northern mountain land. At the same time, he was also an outstanding Grade 2 alchemist. It was precisely because of this that he knew the green-robed old man would not speak without thinking. "Yes." The green-robed old man replied respectfully. He took a few steps forward and placed the exquisite jade box in his hand on the table in front of Ching-He. "Pa!" Ching-He swiftly opened the jade box. A pill that was extremely familiar to him appeared before his eyes. He could not help but frown when he saw it. "What you wanted me to see is this." Ching-He's expression darkened when he thought the green-robed old man had tricked him. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. This, how's this possible? At this moment, Qinghe suddenly stood up and stared at the pill in the exquisite jade box on the table. He could not take his eyes off it. He did not know when, but his body began to tremble violently due to excitement. Miracle! Miracle! After a long while, Qinghe took a deep breath and picked up the pill in the exquisite jade box with trembling hands. His movements were gentle as though he was caressing his lover. The purity is 91%. Gradually, Qinghe finally suppressed his excitement and calmed down. However, his eyes never left the pill in his hand. As a Grade 1 alchemist, it was only natural that he could tell. The Grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand had a purity of 91% that could be said to be heaven-defying. He had only heard of pills with such purity, but he had never seen one before. There's a legend in our alchemist guild. 10,000 years ago, there was a powerful powerhouse called Emperor Wu who could refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. However, that's only a legend. It's been 10,000 years, so there's no way to tell if it's true or not. At this moment, Qinghe's thoughts were running wild, and he could not calm down for a long time. Where did you get this Grade 1 life recovery pill from? Qinghe exhaled and returned to his senses. The first thing he did was to look at the green-robed old man standing quietly at the side and ask with a burning gaze. Lord Guildmaster, my direct disciple obtained this from the Lu clan. The green-robed old man seemed to be prepared for this. As soon as Qinghe finished speaking, he immediately replied. Lu clan? Qinghe frowned when he heard the green-robed old man's words. I'm the one who helped the Lu clan refine the Grade 1 pills. The purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill that I refined was 70% at most. However, the purity of this Grade 1 life recovery pill is more than 90%. Qinghe looked at the pill in his hand when he reached the end of his sentence. He was certain. He was definitely not the one who refined this pill. Lord Guildmaster, there's something you don't know. Some time ago, a person with the surname Duan joined the Lu clan and became the Lu clan's first interim advisor. That person with the surname Duan is a Grade 1 alchemist. The green-robed old man explained. He's the second Grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land after you, Lord Guildmaster. Grade 1 alchemist? Qinghe narrowed his eyes when he heard the green-robed old man's words. He joined the Lu clan? Yes. The green-robed old man nodded. You mean, this Grade 1 life recovery pill was refined by that alchemist with the surname Duan? Qinghe asked. It's most likely refined by him, the green-robed old man said. The green-clad old man continued. Some time ago, the Lu clan issued a reward for a spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. 1 spirit fruit in exchange for 1 Grade 1 life recovery pill. Initially, everyone thought the Lu clan was stingy. However, when they heard the Lu clan offered a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, everyone went crazy. When my direct disciple heard about this, he happened to have a spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. In order to verify the authenticity of this matter, he brought the spirit fruit to the Lu clan to make the exchange. At that time, there was another person who arrived at the Lu clan with him. According to him, whether it was the Grade 1 life recovery pill that the Lu clan gave him or the other person, both of them had a purity of more than 90%. When the green-robed old man reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, When my direct disciple obtained the Grade 1 life recovery pill, he immediately passed it to me. When I found out that this matter was unusual, I immediately came to look for you, Lord Guildmaster. The green-robed old man finished speaking in one breath. You've done well. Qinghe nodded at the green-robed old man in satisfaction. His eyes gleamed. It seems like I'll have to make a trip to the Lu clan to pay a visit to that alchemist with the surname Duan. Lord Guildmaster, there's one more thing. Suddenly, the green-robed old man seemed to have recalled something. Huh! Qinghe looked at the green-robed old man with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The alchemist with the surname Duan from the Lu clan. I heard he's a young man who's not even 30 years old yet. Chapter 1096. What? Cheng He's eyes widened when he heard the green-clad old man's words. His calm face was filled with shock. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old? Are you sure? Cheng He's gaze was as sharp as a sword when he looked at the green-clad old man. I'm sure. The green-clad old man nodded. Many alchemists saw him when they participated in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan. He revealed his grade 1 pill fire and his identity as a grade 1 alchemist at that time and joined the Lu clan. The young old man said confidently. He's not even 30 years old. A grade 1 alchemist. Cheng He narrowed his eyes. Since he's a grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. However, if he's a human, how could he become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age? Moreover, he can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. The more Cheng He thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. In his opinion, it was already shocking for a human who was not even 30 years old to become a grade 1 alchemist. However, such a grade 1 alchemist could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. It was unbelievable. Even the best alchemist on Cloud Continent, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, can only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% at most. It also depends on luck. The guild master became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 40 years old. He's widely acknowledged as a top genius among alchemists. However, he could only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% after he was 100 years old. Even if the alchemist who joined the Lu clan is more talented than the guild master and became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 30 years old, it's still impossible for him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Cheng He thought about many things in just a short while. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He must have a special refining technique. Even if it's not a refining technique, he must be hiding a great secret. Otherwise, it's impossible for a kid like him to refine pills with such a high purity. At some point in time, Cheng He's eyes were filled with greed. You can go back first. Soon after, Cheng He's expression returned to normal as he spoke to the green-robed old man. Yes. The green-robed old man didn't dare to tarry and left. After the green-clad old man left, Cheng He looked at the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand again. Greed flashed in his eyes again. A moment later, Cheng He flew out of the top floor of the tower. Follow me to the northern mountains, Lu clan. Then, Cheng He said to the air. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Cheng He finished speaking, the airflow in the air moved, and a green figure appeared out of thin air. It was the green-clothed middle-aged man who had stopped the green-clothed old man. Go! Cheng He took the lead and flew out, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The green-robed middle-aged man moved as well. He caught up with Cheng He in a moment, and followed behind him like a shadow. Northern Mountains Lu family. In a spacious side hall, there was a high platform. On the high platform, a purple-clothed youth and a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. The middle-aged man closed his eyes tightly. The purple-clothed youth looked at the other middle-aged man in front of the high platform and nodded. Master, let's begin. All right. The middle-aged man nodded. With a lift of his hand, a mist rose around the high platform and shrouded the purple-clothed youth and the middle-aged man in just a blink of an eye. If there was an inscription master here, he would be able to see that the mist that rose and shrouded the entire high platform was the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could refine concept fragments without restraint and merge them into concept energy. It would then help one to elevate one's concept quickly. Every time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would consume a ridiculous amount of concept fragments. If one did not have a certain level of strength, they would not be able to afford such a consumption at all. Whoosh! 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 When the mist rose, the middle-aged man standing outside raised his hand again. Concept fragments shot out from his hand and merged into the profound assimilation formation in just a second. If one looked closely, one would notice that, there were only 4 types of concept fragments that the middle-aged man threw out. The wind concept fragment that was flashing with green energy, the earth concept fragment that was emitting an earthy yellow halo, the thunder concept fragment that was pulsating with purple energy, and the sword concept fragment that was resisting the sword-shaped energy. Whoosh! 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 The concept fragments shot out from the middle-aged man's hand like he was throwing out trash. In just a blink of an eye, he had thrown thousands of concept fragments into the formation. From the beginning until the end, the middle-aged man had a calm expression on his face as though he did not feel any heartache at all. "Is it worth it?" Just when the middle-aged man had thrown almost 2,000 concept fragments into the formation, an old voice resonated in the air. At the same time, a skinny old man with white hair appeared next to the middle-aged man. The skinny old man wore a loose robe. He had white eyebrows and a white beard. His face was as clear as jade, and he looked like an immortal. He did not look like a mortal at all. "Former clan leader." When the old man's voice resonated in the air, the middle-aged man had already stopped what he was doing. When the old man appeared, he even bowed respectfully to the old man with a respectful expression on his face. He did not dare to be negligent at all. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Rui, the current clan leader of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As for the 2 people in the profound assimilation formation, their identities were obvious. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. "It's worth it." After greeting the old man, Lu Rui nodded solemnly. He knew why the old man would ask such a question. The close to 2,000 concept fragments that he had thrown in earlier were almost all of the 4 types of concept fragments that the Lu clan had in stock. Even if the Lu clan was wealthy, they would still be affected to a certain extent. At the very least, the Lu clan's genius disciples who had comprehended the 4 types of concepts would not be able to enter the profound assimilation formation to comprehend the concepts for a period of time. By doing so, he had limited the growth of the Lu clan's disciples to a certain extent. This was the price he had to pay. However, he felt it was worth it. "Oh?" The old man's eyes that were as bright as stars flashed before he asked again. "I don't think the reason why you responded to me so decisively is because he's a grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%, right?" When the old man reached the end of his question, he looked at Lu Rui mockingly. Lu Rui could not help but smile wryly at his wise gaze. He knew that the former clan leader must have noticed something. Otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. The old man was none other than the previous clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Unlike Lu Rui, who rose to the position due to his shocking talent in refining medicine, Lu Qiu rose to the position due to his powerful martial strength and became the previous clan leader of the Lu clan. Although Lu Qiu was not an alchemist, his martial Dao innate talent was extremely terrifying. Even now, nobody in the Lu clan knew how powerful this former clan leader who had voluntarily given up his position as the clan leader was. However, everyone knew about it. The Lu clan's 3 guardian elders and the 3 martial monarch powerhouses might not be a match for the former clan leader even if they joined forces. This former clan leader was the true guardian of the Lu clan. "Former clan leader, please don't make things difficult for me. I've sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation in front of Elder Duan that if I tell you about it, I'll be struck to death by the lightning punishment," Lu Rui said helplessly. Although he was the clan leader of the Lu clan, he could not compare to the old man in front of him in terms of status. The old man in front of him had a unique charisma in the Lu clan. As long as the old man said something, he would be pulled down from his position as the clan leader of the Lu clan. 99 heavenly tribulation? Lu Swan raised his eyebrows when he heard Lu Rui's words. "I was wondering who was the one who swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation and caused 9 claps of thunder to break my beautiful dream." "So it's you, brat." "Brat!" In the current Lu clan, perhaps only Lu Qiu, the former clan leader, dared to call Lu Rui, the current clan leader, brat. Not only was Lu Rui not angry, but he even had an apologetic expression on his face. "Former clan leader, I didn't know you were resting at that time. Alright, there's no need for all these empty words." Lucio waved his hand and interrupted Lu Rui's words. Then, his wise eyes gleamed as he said, "Since you swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation, it's only natural that you can't say it out loud. However, it won't be a problem for you to give me some hints." A sly smile appeared on Lucio's face when he reached the end of his sentence. "Former clan leader, you can't say that. Who knows, maybe my hints will allow you to guess Elder Duan's true identity, and the 99 heavenly tribulation will strike down the lightning punishment and kill me," Lu Rui said as he shook his head. "True identity?" The smile on Lucio's face grew wider. Lu Rui smiled wryly. Only then did he realize that he had spilled the beans. Before this, the former clan leader definitely did not know that he was taking care of Elder Duan because of his true identity. It seems like our Elder Duan is not that simple. Let me think about it. As Lucio muttered to himself, he began to rack his brain. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. Not only that, but he's also able to make a brat like you respect him. His true identity is undoubtedly someone that even you have to look up to. Lucio frowned as he continued to ponder. The corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched when he heard Lucio muttering to himself. It did not cross his mind at all. The former clan leader managed to figure out so many clues based on that little bit of information. It seemed like he was getting closer to the truth. A grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old. Not only that, but his ability is so good that he can kill an 8th level void transformation martial artist. Lucio muttered to himself as he continued to ponder. Chapter 1097. Lu Rui heard every single word that Lucio muttered to himself. A wry smile appeared on the corner of Lu Rui's lips. He knew very well. If there were no accidents, the former clan leader should be able to guess Elder Duan's real identity. As though he was supporting Lu Rui's words, Lucio, who was originally pacing back and forth while mumbling, suddenly came to a halt. His eyes narrowed right away. "Lu Rui boy. Is he the person mentioned in the handbook left behind by the old ancestor?" Soon after, Lucio looked at Lu Rui and asked. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Rui nodding his head. He did not continue to ask since he had already gotten the answer he wanted. "I can't believe our Lu clan has crossed paths with him again." After a moment of silence, Lucio could not help but sigh. It was apparent that he had already guessed Duan Lingtian's real identity. As the former clan leader of the Lu clan, he knew very well the contents of the letter that only the clan leaders of the Lu clan could read. Moreover, he had even regarded the powerful person from 10,000 years ago as his idol. Now, his idol's reincarnation had appeared before his eyes. "Former clan leader, what do you think of my choice now? Is it worth it?" Lu Rui looked at Lucio and asked with a smile. Whoosh! 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 Lucio raised his hand and shot out concept fragments one by one. There were the 4 types of concept fragments that Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan needed. In just a short while, he had already thrown out hundreds of them. However, there were only hundreds of them. These were all the concept fragments he had with him. "Lu Rui boy, hurry up and throw the remaining 4 types of concept fragments in your body into the formation. What are you looking at? Hurry up!" Lucio said to Lu Rui. However, he noticed that Lu Rui was staring at him in a daze. "Yes." Lu Rui regained his senses and threw the remaining 4 types of concept fragments into the profound assimilation formation. He did not miss anything at all. The corner of Lu Rui's mouth was twitching non-stop. Even though Lucio did not answer his question directly, Lucio's actions showed that he agreed with his choice. From the beginning until now, there were at least 2,000 concept fragments that were thrown into the profound assimilation formation. "It's about time," Lu Rui thought to himself. "No! These concept fragments are still not enough. I'll go look for those 3 old fellows and knock them out of their stock." Right at this moment, Lucio's voice sounded out by Lu Rui's ear. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind blow by his side, and then Lu Qiu vanished completely. Just now, who was the one who questioned my choice? The corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched again, and his expression became extremely strange. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was inside the profound assimilation formation, did not know what was happening outside. Even if he knew, he didn't have the time or energy to deal with it. At this moment, his spiritual energy had successfully merged with the profound assimilation formation, and he had begun to control it to a certain extent. Compared to when he was in the five-element sect, it was much easier for him to control the profound assimilation formation now. Currently, the amount of concept energy he could absorb was no longer 1/10 of what he had absorbed in the past. With the strength of his spiritual energy, he could easily control more than 60% of the concept energy, and merge it into his body to elevate the concept he had comprehended. Since his consciousness could now be divided into three, he could absorb 3 different types of concept energy at the same time and elevate 3 different concepts. First, he threw the concept energy refined from the earth concept fragment aside and let it wait there. His other 3 concepts continued to elevate. Sword concept, wind concept, thunder concept. Although he had also comprehended the fire concept, he did not need to elevate it intentionally. As long as his wind concept was elevated, his fire concept would naturally elevate as well. After all, the fire concept was born from the wind concept. In the beginning, he could not help Xiong Quan at all because he was absorbing the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragments. This was because Xiong Quan also needed to absorb the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment. Nobody knew how long had passed. It was only when Duan Lingtian's sword concept had successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level that he could finally begin to elevate Xiong Quan's sword concept. The concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment through the profound assimilation formation was 60% controlled by Duan Lingtian. He had only absorbed a little, not even 10%, and he had successfully completed the breakthrough. After all, his sword concept had already broken through to the 8th level advanced stage. He was only 1 level away from reaching the peak. Naturally, the reaching the peak referred to the peak of the concept. The profound assimilation formation refined the concept fragment. The concept energy that filled the profound assimilation formation could only elevate one's concept to the 9th advanced level. It was impossible to elevate it further. Whoosh! When the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment was controlled by Duan Lingtian, it was like a sharp sword piercing through the air and arrived in front of Xiong Quan in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy, the concept energy merged into Xiong Quan's body smoothly. Xiong Quan, who was unaware of all this, quietly absorbed the concept energy that was delivered to his door. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the other 3 concept energies and elevating the other 3 concepts, Xiong Quan's sword concept was also elevating at an extremely fast speed. I can't believe Xiong Quan's cultivation base has reached the void interpretation stage in such a short period of time due to the spirit fruits. Given more time, it won't be difficult for him to step into the void transformation stage. While Duan Lingtian greedily absorbed the 3 types of concept energy, he diverted his attention to think about other things. I wonder how many concept fragments the clan leader has thrown in here. The amount of concept energy refined by the profound assimilation formation is too much. Just the amount that I'm controlling is enough to elevate my 3 concepts to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, because the clan leader sent another spirit fruit for void transformation stage martial artists, I finally made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage successfully. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's attention had shifted to his cultivation base. When he came back from the outside previously, he had consumed a spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 8th level void transformation stage. A few days ago, he had consumed another spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only a step away from the martial monarch stage. Now that I've comprehended the 9th advanced level sword concept, I can begin to comprehend the sword profundity through the sword profundity fragment. As long as I'm given time, I'll definitely make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was a little excited. He could not wait to take out the sword profundity fragment from his spatial ring and begin to comprehend the sword profundity. However, he managed to hold himself back in the end. The most important thing now is to elevate the other three concepts. If I can elevate all of them to the 9th advanced level, then I'll be able to comprehend the corresponding profundity through the corresponding profundity fragments. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with motivation. Absorb. Absorb. Absorb again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was greedily absorbing the three majestic concept energy. He could clearly feel that his wind concept, thunder concept, and earth concept were constantly elevating. Time continued to pass by quietly. Even Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All he knew was to absorb. He continued to absorb greedily. He knew nothing about what was happening outside. He also did not know that Qing He, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, had arrived at the Lu clan and was waiting for him to appear. There were two figures standing outside the profound assimilation formation. One was a dignified middle-aged man while the other was a sage-like old man. Former clan leader, what's going on? The middle-aged man, who was the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, could not help but frown. He asked the old man next to him anxiously. It's been 2 months. Why isn't Elder Duan out yet? Don't worry. The old man, who was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu, was not as anxious as Lu Rui. He said calmly, Don't forget who created this profound assimilation formation. Lu Rui was stunned when he heard Lu Qiu's words. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, I almost forgot. According to the records in the handbook left behind by the old ancestor, the profound assimilation formation was created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu himself. As the reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Elder Duan knows the profound assimilation formation very well. He'll definitely be able to get the most out of it in there. Lu Rui calmed down when he thought of this. The longer one stays in the profound assimilation formation, the greater the improvement. It seems like Elder Duan's going to soar this time, Lu Rui exclaimed. It's our Lu clan's fortune to be able to meet Elder Duan. We must cherish this fortune, Lu Qiu said solemnly. Understood. Lu Rui nodded. In fact, he understood this even without the former clan leader's reminder. Clan leader! At this moment, an anxious voice resonated from outside. And Miss Tian Wu is here. Miss Tian Wu? Lu Rui was stunned at first before he smiled wryly. It seems like even Miss Tian Wu is getting impatient from waiting. Let her come in if she wants to. A moment later, a woman in red with a face that seemed to be covered by a layer of frost walked in. Where's he? Feng Tianwu looked at Lu Rui and asked coldly. Chapter 1098. Boom! Just as Lu Rui was looking at the profound assimilation formation, a burst of flame suddenly rose from Feng Tianwu's body. The flame rose and eventually formed the shape of a sword. The sword-shaped flame soared into the sky, and a scorching airwave rolled out in an imposing manner. For a moment, Lu Rui and Lu Qiu felt as though they were in a furnace, allowing the fire to burn them. Whoosh! Before they had time to react, they saw a woman in red with a peerless appearance and an extremely cold expression between her eyebrows make a move. The flame in her hand consolidated into a sword, and she slashed it at the profound assimilation formation. The 3-foot-long flame sword separated the airflow in its path, and a clear sword cry resonated in the air. However, although the sword contained an extremely powerful force, it was as though it had sunk into a ball of cotton when it landed on the profound assimilation formation. Whoosh! 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 Feng Tianwu, whose beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost, was not discouraged by the failure of her first attack. The flame sword in her hand continued to slash out as though she did not know the meaning of exhaustion. After slashing out countless times, Feng Tianwu finally slowed down, and the flame sword in her hand dissipated. Lu Rui and Lu Qiu, who were standing at the side, were dumbstruck. Their eyes were fixed on the sky above Feng Tianwu's head. There, 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were gradually disappearing. Soon, they completely disappeared. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons! Lu Rui and Lu Qiu looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It was apparent that Feng Tianwu's strength had shocked them. Demon Monarch! In the next moment, the same thought popped up in both of their minds at the same time. They guessed that Feng Tianwu was a demon. Not only that, but she was also a demon monarch stage powerhouse. In their opinion, Feng Tianwu looked like she was only in her early 20s. If she was a human, it was impossible for her to be a martial monarch powerhouse. However, they did not know. Although Feng Tianwu could cast the monarch stage profundity, her cultivation base was only at the first level void transformation stage. Such a cultivation base was not worth mentioning in front of the two profundities she had mastered. It seems like the old fellow next to Lu Song wasn't killed by the powerhouse hiding behind Elder Dawn, as Elder Ji said. He must have been killed by Miss Tianwu. Unlike Lu Swan, who was shocked, Lu Rui knew more and therefore thought more. Seeing that she could not break the profound assimilation formation, Feng Tianwu withdrew the two profundities that she was using to communicate and mobilize. She stood there quietly without moving at all. Time passed quietly, but Feng Tianwu still stood ramrod straight. From beginning to end, he did not move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. Lu Rui, do you know where she came from? Unknowingly, Lu Qiu was unable to restrain the curiosity in his heart, and asked Lu Rui via voice transmission. I only know that she's Elder Duan's confidant. As for her exact background, I'm not sure either. Lu Rui replied through voice transmission. If I'm not mistaken, she must be a powerful demon monarch. Elder Duan is indeed the reincarnation of that person. He can even hook up with a demon monarch powerhouse and make her so loyal to him. Lu Qiu exclaimed as he communicated with Lu Rui through voice transmission. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. With the profound assimilation formation as the boundary, it was a completely different world inside and outside. In the outside world, there were people who were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. In the inside world, Duan Lingtian was happily enjoying the baptism of the concept energy. Since he was in a semi-conscious state, he could feel the rapid elevation of his concept at every moment. The elevation of his concept also meant the elevation of his strength. Duan Lingtian enjoyed this feeling very much. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the three types of concept energy to his heart's content, Xiongquan, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, was also enjoying the baptism of the concept energy that was refined from the sword concept fragments. His sword concept was also elevating at a terrifying speed. However, it was different from Duan Lingtian, who could clearly feel the elevation of his concept at every moment. Currently, Xiongquan was in a state of deep sleep. He was completely unaware of his elevation. He was passively absorbing the concept energy. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All of a sudden, he shuddered and woke up from his stupor. My wind concept has also broken through to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian did not open his eyes. As he lifted his hand gently, he could feel the aura of the wind surrounding his body. At this moment, the wind surrounding his body did not seem to be much different from the wind in nature. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was the sign that his wind concept had reached its limit. The next step would be to comprehend the wind profundity. The wind profundity was the closest to the wind in nature. Right now, I'm already a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. Although his strength was not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the void before he entered the profound assimilation formation, that was only his strength. His cultivation base and the concept he had comprehended were far from a martial artist at the peak of the void. Right now, his cultivation base had entered the 9th level void transformation, and his two concepts had also broken through to the 9th advanced level. This was the symbol of a martial artist at the peak of the void. Although his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the void, it was only comparable. He could not be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At this moment, he could be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. Unknowingly, the green wind surrounding Duan Lingtian's body began to spin rapidly. It was as though it had transformed into a green divine dragon that was swimming around Duan Lingtian. Boom! All of a sudden, the green divine dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fiery red flame. The flame was vast and raging as it transformed into a divine dragon in just a blink of an eye. This divine dragon was a fiery red divine dragon. Whether it was the size or the aura emitted from the fiery red divine dragon, it was on par with the green divine dragon. It was the divine dragon transformed from the 9th advanced level fire concept. Duan Lingtian did not need to comprehend his fire concept separately. As long as his wind concept improved, his fire concept would improve as well. Just like now. After Duan Lingtian comprehended the 9th advanced level wind concept, his fire concept that he had never deliberately comprehended had also successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level. His fire concept was born from the wind concept. It was closely connected to the wind concept, and would change according to the changes in the wind concept. After a while, the two divine dragons dissipated. Duan Lingtian withdrew the two concepts. Continue. I'll try to elevate my thunder concept to the 9th advanced level as soon as possible. After that, it'll be the earth concept. Since his sword concept and wind concept had both broken through to the 9th advanced level, Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness, continued to absorb the other two concepts. They were also the last two concept energy. His thunder concept and earth concept rose rapidly, and they chased after his sword concept and wind concept, gradually getting closer and closer. The southern part of the Liu clan's mansion was the place where the Liu clan entertained their guests. There were many independent mansions and courtyards here that were much smaller than the mansions. Those who came to the Liu clan and stayed in the mansion were usually people with a high status. They were treated as VIPs by the Liu clan. As for ordinary guests, they could only stay in independent courtyards without any servants to serve them. At this moment, an old man was sitting in a pavilion in the front courtyard of an independent mansion in the southern part of the mansion. The old man wore a silver robe and sat in front of a stone table as he quietly savored some fragrant tea. That elder Duan of your Liu clan is really arrogant. It seems like he really intends to make me wait for 3 to 5 months. The silver-robed old man suddenly looked at the servant girl by the side and said nonchalantly. Before the servant girl could respond, whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air in the pavilion. It was so sudden that it shocked the two servant girls standing at the side of the pavilion. Shall I interrogate the clan leader of Liu clan? The person who appeared was a middle-aged man in green. The middle-aged man looked at the silver-robed old man and asked tentatively. There's no need for that. The silver-robed old man shook his head lightly. We're here to look for someone, not to look for trouble. As the host, as the guest, I can wait. Moreover, I have a strong feeling that the elder from the Liu clan will be here soon. The silver-robed old man muttered to himself in a low voice. When the silver-robed old man was muttering to himself, the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into thin air again. The two servant girls' expressions changed again. Their delicate bodies began to tremble in fear. Soon after, another month went by. In a spacious side hall of the Liu clan's mansion, the clouds that had gathered gradually dissipated. Soon after, the only person guarding the side hall, who was sitting cross-legged at a low altitude and cultivating, slowly opened her eyes. It was a pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to charm all living things with just a glance. Apart from that, she had a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. However, her beautiful face was always covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. As the clouds and mist dispersed, a high platform and two figures clearly appeared before her eyes. She completely ignored one of the middle-aged men. Her eyes immediately landed on the purple-clad young man. After that, she could not move her eyes away. It was as though she had taken root and sprouted on the purple-clad young man. Whoosh! At this moment, The purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform opened his eyes and sighed in relief. His eyes were as bright as the stars, like a bright lamp that illuminated the dark night. Ha ha! Chapter 1099. The person who was laughing was none other than Xiong Quan. Before Xiong Quan entered the profound assimilation formation with Duan Lingtian, he had already learned from Duan Lingtian that the profound assimilation formation could elevate the concept of the martial artist who entered it. Now that he felt like he had been in a deep slumber for a long time, the first thing he did after waking up was to try to communicate and cast his sword concept. When he cast his sword concept, he looked at the swirling heaven and earth energy above his head. He witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon solidifying into 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Just by relying on his sword concept, he was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of the 9th level advanced sword concept. How could Xiong Quan not be happy? Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, although he knew his sword concept would elevate, he did not expect it to elevate so much. It was directly elevated to the 9th level advanced stage, the peak of concept. The next step would be the sword profundity. Profundities were usually exclusive to martial monarchs. However, when Xiong Quan saw the fire profundity and sword profundity that Feng Tianwu cast, he realized something. It was only then that he realized. Profundities were not exclusive to martial monarchs. Take Feng Tianwu as an example. He was only a first-level void transformation martial artist, but he had already comprehended 2 profundities. 2 monarch stage profundities, and they were not ordinary monarch stage profundities. What a joke! How could a monarch stage profundity that was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons be an ordinary monarch stage profundity? If one wanted to cast the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons with just 1 monarch stage profundity, one would have to comprehend it to the 3rd level. Feng Tianwu, a first-level void transformation martial artist, had comprehended the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity and the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity. Young master! My sword concept has broken through to the 9th level advanced stage! Soon, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly, and shared his joy with Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. Not bad. Hearing Xiong Quan's words, Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't reveal too much surprise. This was because Xiong Quan's breakthrough was completely within his expectations. 9th level advanced sword concept? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised, but that didn't mean that Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised. Although Feng Tianwu's face was still as cold as ever, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of her expressionless eyes. They were surprised by Xiong Quan's breakthrough. In the past, Xiong Quan had frequently displayed his sword concept before her, so she was very clear about the level of Xiong Quan's sword concept. Yet now, Xiong Quan had soared into the sky and comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept. Young master, your comprehension ability is much better than Xiong Quan's. This time, your improvement must be much greater. Soon after, Xiong Quan calmed down a little and looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as Xiong Quan spoke, Feng Tianwu also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in her eyes. She was curious about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. It's all right. Upon hearing Xiong Quan's words, Duan Lingtian only responded faintly before he looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, why are you here? I was waiting for you. Feng Tianwu replied. She was a woman of few words. Ever since Feng Tianwu had lost her memory, although she had heard Duan Lingtian talk about her past, her character was still as cold as it was after she lost her memory. She was a person of few words. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Feng Tianwu's short reply. Not only was he not surprised, but his heart could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. The 2 short words undoubtedly showed that Feng Tianwu had been waiting for him here for a long time. He could not help but feel touched as he muttered to himself, "Silly girl. Let's go back." All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. A hint of anxiety could be seen on his face as he called out to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before he walked out of the side palace. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan could not help but be stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian had disappeared. They did not know why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry all of a sudden. However, they still followed him with doubts in their hearts. After leaving the side palace, Duan Lingtian flew all the way to the east of the Lu clan's estate. His residence was in that direction. At this moment, he was eager to return home. Naturally, his eagerness to return home did not mean he missed his temporary home. Instead, he was eager to go back and comprehend the profundity through the profundity fragment. His current cultivation base had not just entered the 9th level void transformation stage. With the help of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the spirit fruit that he had consumed earlier, his current cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. This half step was only missing the profundity. It could be said that everything was ready except for the final push. As long as he comprehended the profundity, his cultivation base would be able to successfully break through to the martial monarch stage. At that time, he would be able to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only did a martial monarch powerhouse possess strength that far surpassed ordinary martial artists, but they could also retain their youth forever. Retain their youth forever. What kind of concept was that? In other words, no matter how one looked when one broke through to the martial monarch stage, as long as one was willing, one could stay that way for the rest of one's life. A person who broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. As long as he was willing, even when he was about to die, his appearance would still be the same as when he broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. Of course, a powerhouse who had broken through to the martial monarch stage could also choose to let his appearance continue to age naturally. Many martial monarch powerhouses had indeed done so. On Cloud Continent, many martial artists broke through to the martial monarch stage in their middle age. As long as they were willing, they could still retain their appearance when they were about to die of old age. However, their lives did not only belong to them. When they saw their sons grow up and gradually become middle-aged, and then old, their mentality would more or less change. Because of this, many people still chose to let their appearance age rapidly after breaking through to the martial monarch stage in order to match their descendants. Otherwise, what would it be like if they still had the appearance of a middle-aged man when their grandchildren were old? After all, no martial monarch powerhouse dared to guarantee that their sons and grandsons would break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse like them and retain their youth forever. Of course, there were also many martial monarch powerhouses who did not choose to retain their youth forever to match their wives. For example, if a martial monarch powerhouse saw his beloved wife grow old day by day, her teeth falling out, her hair turning white, and her face covered in wrinkles, he would still look like a middle-aged man. How would he feel then? Of course, every martial monarch powerhouse made a different choice. In the history of Cloud Continent, there had been some young martial monarch powerhouses who chose to retain their youthful appearance for the rest of their lives. They allowed their children who were over 70 years old to call them father, and allowed their grandchildren who seemed older than them to call them grandfather. They did not think there was anything wrong with this. In their opinion, seniority had nothing to do with external appearance. Martial monarch stage! Martial monarch stage! At this moment, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly conflicted and vexed. Now, the sword concept, wind concept, lightning concept, and earth concept that I've comprehended have all broken through to the 9th level advanced concept. I have the profundity fragments that correspond to the profundities of these 4 concepts in my possession as well. My consciousness has been divided into 3 due to the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet twice. For this reason, I can comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments at the same time. Which 3 concepts should I choose first and let them transform into profundities? Annoying! Truly annoying! Duan Lingtian was extremely vexed now, extremely vexed. Why do 4 concepts have to break through to the 9th level advanced concept at the same time? Looks like sometimes, comprehending too many 9th level advanced concepts might not be a good thing. Duan Lingtian sighed. He was truly vexed. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were known by another person, that person would surely give him a slap without hesitation before scolding him for not appreciating his good fortune and being shameless. Of the 3 concepts, the wind concept must occupy a spot. I must comprehend the wind profundity through the wind profundity fragment in one go. Of course, it was the monarch stage profundity fragment and the monarch stage profundity. Although he had the emperor stage wind profundity fragment in his possession, he had no use for it at the moment. To be more precise, the emperor stage wind profundity fragment could only be used after he comprehended the 9th level monarch stage wind profundity. However, other than the 2nd level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he still had an 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in his possession. The former was not useful to him now. The latter was useful to him. He planned to use the latter to comprehend the wind profundity in one go and break through to the Martial Monarch stage to become a Martial Monarch powerhouse. The reason he listed the wind concept as one of the 3 concepts he had to comprehend first was because of the wind concept. After he comprehended the wind profundity would be able to give birth to the fire profundity of the same level. Choosing to list the wind concept as one of the 3 concepts he was about to break through was undoubtedly a wise choice. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to the mansion that he had been staying in for a while. After greeting Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, he immediately returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. Chapter 1100. There were 3 profundity fragments. To be exact, there were 3 monarch stage profundity fragments. One of them was undoubtedly the monarch stage wind profundity fragment. The 9th level advanced wind concept could help him comprehend the monarch stage wind profundity in a short time. The wind concept was the concept that Duan Lingtian wanted to improve the most. As long as he could transform the wind concept into the wind profundity, it would be equivalent to him comprehending 2 profundities at once. Wind profundity. Fire profundity. As for the other 2 fragments, one of them was undoubtedly the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity fragment. Unlike the previous profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this profundity fragment was obtained by Duan Lingtian in the sword monarch's treasure. It was one of the 3 profundity fragments in the Tempest Sword Monarch's body. Duan Lingtian remembered. At that time, there were 2 other profundity fragments in the Tempest Sword Monarch's body. The 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, and the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. He had traded the former for the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his possession. He had given the latter to the 5 Elements sect to repay the favor. This sword profundity fragment was also the only sword profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The reason he urgently wanted to complete the breakthrough of his sword concept and transform it into the sword profundity was because of the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He forcefully memorized part of the obscure information in the word sword so he could comprehend it at any time. The word sword contained the sword Dao comprehension that could help him improve his sword concept and sword profundity. It was because of this that he chose to comprehend the sword profundity first. He had a strong instinct. As long as he comprehended the sword profundity and comprehended the sword Dao comprehension in the word sword in the future, his sword profundity would improve by leaps and bounds. The last fragment that Duan Lingtian chose was the 8th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity Fragment. The profound meaning of Earth was the same as the concept of Earth. As long as one was close to the ground, one could communicate with the Earth and borrow its power. The Earth power he had borrowed was half of the Earth power Upanishad. Choosing the Earth Upanishad fragment was logical. The Thunder Upanishad fragment was temporarily abandoned by Duan Lingtian. I'll comprehend these 3 profundities first. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes gently. While he was meditating, he comprehended 3 different profundities through the 3 different profundity fragments. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation, and he had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. Among the group of martial artists at the peak of the void stage on Cloud Continent, he was undoubtedly an anomaly. Once the 5 9th level void transformation concepts exerted pressure on each other, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to comprehend a profundity on his own. However, compared to using the profundity fragment to comprehend the profundity, it was still slightly inferior. The most important thing was, Duan Lingtian could comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments at the same time. The speed at which he comprehended the profundity was much faster than the former. Elder Duan! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the 3 profundities in one go, a hurried voice resonated from outside the room. The clan leader is here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and frowned. Then, he relaxed. Why did he have to come at this time? Although Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he still put away the 3 profundity fragments, and stopped comprehending. He got off the bed and walked out of the room. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the main hall. Elder Duan, you've finally come out of the profound assimilation formation after 3 months. I'm sure Elder Duan has gained a lot this time, right? The clan leader of Lu Clan, Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Gained a lot? Of course. After the baptism of the profound assimilation formation, he had successfully raised the 4 concepts that he had comprehended to the peak, which was the 9th level advanced concept. Moreover, since his wind concept could give birth to the fire concept at the same level, it was equivalent to him mastering 5 9th level advanced concepts at the same time. 5 9th level advanced concepts were equivalent to 5 9th level void transformation concepts. What kind of concept was that? In other words, even if he did not use his origin energy, did not consider borrowing the earth energy with his earth concept, and did not consider borrowing the wind concept from the fire concept. Once the 5 9th level void transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the earth energy and the wind concept from the fire concept, it was even more terrifying. Right now, I should be invincible among those below the martial monarch realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Duan, I shouldn't have disturbed you since you've just come out of the profound assimilation formation. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. When he spoke up to this point, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully, giving him a knowing look. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly as he paused for a moment. However, I really have no choice this time. President Qing, I've been waiting for you for 3 months. Lu Rui continued. At the same time, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. President Cheng? You've been waiting for me for 3 months? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Who's that? Why did you wait for me for so long? President Qing is the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Just like you, he's also a grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui answered Duan Lingtian's question. The president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. His tone was filled with displeasure. He was supposed to be comprehending 3 types of profundities through the 3 profundity fragments. However, the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild had interrupted him and ruined his plans. For a moment, he had a bad impression of the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild whom he had never met before. He didn't say. However, I'm sure it has something to do with the grade 1 pill that has more than 90% purity that you refined, Elder Duan. Lu Rui speculated. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only possibility after he thought about it. Go and tell him. Tell him I'm not interested in seeing him no matter what kind of president he is. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with indifference. Let alone the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild. He would not even bother with the president of the Inlands Alchemist Guild's main guild. Haha. I've come all the way here just to have a chat with you, Elder Duan, and share my experience in refining medicine. Why must you reject me, Elder Duan? Before Lu Rui could speak, a loud laughter resonated from outside the main hall. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui saw two figures walking into the main hall. The person in the lead was an old man in a silver robe. Following behind him was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Unlike the old man who had a bright smile on his face, the middle-aged man in green had a cold expression on his face. The voice earlier was obviously from the silver-robed old man. Lu Rui's face turned grave when he saw the sudden appearance of the two people. Although this was Elder Duan's temporary residence, it was still the Lu clan's territory no matter what. The two of them had entered without Elder Duan's permission. Not only was it disrespectful to Elder Duan, but it was also a slap to the Lu clan's face. Elder Duan, my name is Qinghe. I'm the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. After a while, the silver-robed old man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself. As for this man behind me, he's a guard assigned to me by the Alchemist Guild in the inner land. His name is Ling Qi. Qinghe did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gradually darkening expression. After introducing himself, he continued to introduce the middle-aged man in green, Ling Qi. When Ling Qi heard Qinghe's introduction, he lifted his head slightly and nodded at Duan Lingtian calmly as a greeting. Elder Duan, please don't blame Ling Qi for his character. Qinghe looked at Duan Lingtian, and the smile on his face grew wider. What does his character have to do with me? You, on the other hand, have barged into my main hall without my permission. Duan Lingtian looked at Qinghe coldly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, who was standing next to him, was completely petrified. Although he could see that Elder Duan was furious, he did not expect Elder Duan to be so rude. The old man in front of him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. He was the best grade 1 alchemist in the entire southern outer land. Of course, this was before Elder Duan appeared. However, Elder Duan was a distinguished grade 1 alchemist after all. Elder Duan's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face. When Lu Rui thought about it, he felt relieved. Only then did he recall that Elder Duan was not an ordinary person. In front of Elder Duan's past life when he was at his peak 10,000 years ago, someone like Qinghe was not even fit to carry Elder Duan's shoes. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the smile on Qinghe's face froze instantly. His expression turned grave. As for the middle-aged man in green behind Qinghe, his eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. An intimidating aura extended from his body. It was as sharp as a sword as it charged at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the aura passed, the air seemed to condense. As for Duan Lingtian, his expression did not change at all. He did not treat this as a big deal at all. However, although Duan Lingtian did not treat this as a big deal, it did not mean that others would not treat it as a big deal as well. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Lu Rui moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! The majestic aura pressed on Lu Rui's body, causing his face to turn red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1101. Boom! Lu Rui was injured by Ling Qi's aura and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Qi's aura swept out again and landed on him, forcing him to take a few steps back. Barf! Barf! Every time Lu Rui took a step back, he would spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. At the same time, his face became extremely pale, without any color to speak of. Boom! Lu Rui's eyes were filled with despair when he saw Ling Qi's third wave of aura sweeping out. Although he was a martial artist at the peak of the void, he was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was even stronger than the 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan. Perhaps, in the eyes of a martial monarch powerhouse like this, he was just an ant that could be easily killed. Not only that, but Ling Qi's aura was enough to suppress him to the point of suffocation and even kill him. If this happened a few more times, it was not impossible for Ling Qi to kill him with just his aura alone. Humph! Just when Lu Rui thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. At the same time, a purple figure stood in front of him and shielded him. Elder Duan! Horror dawned on Lu Rui when he saw the familiar figure. The only reason he had stood up for Elder Duan was to help him. And now, seeing that everything he did just now was useless, he immediately became anxious. However, in the next moment, the shock on his face froze. God! What did he just see? The purple-clad young man stood in front of him and allowed Ling Qi's aura to land on him. He was not affected at all. He stood there motionless like a mountain. Elder Duan is so strong? Lu Rui was in disbelief. Although he knew Elder Duan's background, and he knew Elder Duan had killed an 8th-level void transformation stage elder from the Lu clan some time ago, and his strength was extraordinary. In his opinion, Elder Duan's cultivation base was on par with his at the peak of the void at most. However, the scene today had undoubtedly overturned his opinion of Elder Duan. As expected of the third reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. He's already at the martial monarch stage at such a young age. Since Duan Lingtian could withstand Ling Qi's aura head-on, Lu Rui guessed that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. If he found out that Duan Lingtian was not a martial monarch powerhouse, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. On the other side, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be affected by Ling Qi's aura. Qing He, who had maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, was startled at first, then his expression turned solemn. Who is he? Not only is he a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age, but he's also able to withstand Ling Qi's aura. At this moment, Qing He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian. When Ling Qi realized that his aura couldn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, there was a slight change in his expression. All of a sudden, Ling Qi took a step forward and extended his hand at lightning speed toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 At that moment, the heaven and earth energy above Ling Qi stirred and set off a series of thunderous explosions. It was as though it was telling the world how powerful his strength was. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he saw Ling Qi's hand reaching toward him. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Currently, his strength had increased tremendously. Although he was facing a martial monarch powerhouse like Ling Qi, his heart was as calm as still water. However, although Duan Lingtian's mood was calm, his expression was extremely solemn. He could tell. This Ling Qi was no ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to fight against an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse with his current strength. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to retreat, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling entered his ears. He could not help but be stunned when he felt that the sword whistling sound was somewhat familiar. In the next moment, he saw a sword-shaped flame charging toward Ling Qi in a menacing manner. Tian Wu! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the sword-shaped flame. He recognized the person. It was Feng Tianwu. To be more precise, it was Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. However, he did not charge toward Ling Qi nor did he chase after Feng Tianwu who was charging toward Ling Qi with her sword. His target was Qing He who was standing quietly at the side and watching the show. Whirlwind! In an instant, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he charged toward Qing He. He did not hold back at all as he unleashed all of his strength. When the 5 9th-level void transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Among them, the 9th-level advanced Earth concept borrowed the Earth energy to increase the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. Fire with wind. As the 9th-level advanced wind concept merged with the 9th-level advanced fire concept, the latter skyrocketed. Its aura was vast, and it increased the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Duan Lingtian unleashed all of the concepts that he had comprehended. It was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 9th level void transformation origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons, the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed was equivalent to the strength of 7,200 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Qinghe, whose cultivation base was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, could not react in time. An ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist. His origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. A first-level monarch stage profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. 2 9th-level void transformation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. Qinghe was exactly this kind of person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than Qinghe's speed when he was propelled by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was already close to Qinghe. On the other hand, in the face of Feng Tianwu's ferocious sword, Ling Qi, who initially wanted to kill Feng Tianwu, had a drastic change of expression when he realized Qinghe was in a predicament. His heart was burning with anxiety. In the next instant, the anxious Ling Qi hurriedly slapped his palm out to meet the ferocious sword in Feng Tianwu's hand. As the palm print shot out, Qinghe quickly dashed to the other side. His sharp gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. Boom! The palm print that shot out collided with the sword in Feng Tianwu's hand that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Not only did it annihilate the energy in Feng Tianwu's sword, but it also forced Feng Tianwu to take a few steps back. For a moment, Feng Tianwu's face turned pale. Her body was shaking. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious internal injury. "Don't kill him!" At this moment, a hurried voice resonated in the air. It caused Feng Tianwu and Lu Rui's expressions to change drastically. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, causing Feng Tianwu's heart to tremble. Panic filled her eyes. In the distance, the purple-clad young man who had resolutely chosen to pounce on Qinghe when he saw that Feng Tianwu was in a dangerous situation was sent flying by Ling Qi's palm strike. Ouch! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying backward like an arrow leaving the bowstring as blood spurted out of his mouth. All he could feel was a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. It was a terrible feeling. Initially, it was his chest that was injured. Then, it was his internal organs. In the end, it spread to his entire body. Ouch! Unbearable! That was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind at that moment. In the end, Duan Lingtian, who could not mobilize his origin energy due to his injury, was sent flying by the energy that surged into his body from Ling Qi's palm strike. He flew all the way until he finally fell hard on the ground. Whoosh! A figure that looked like a flame immediately pounced on Duan Lingtian. Although the red-clothed woman did not say anything, the anxiety between her brows undoubtedly betrayed her current mood. "Elder Duan!" Horror dawned on Lu Rui's face as he hurriedly followed up. When he flew toward Duan Lingtian, who had fallen on the ground due to his injury, a strange bead appeared in his hand. He crushed the bead as soon as it appeared. If Duan Lingtian saw the bead, he would definitely recognize it at first glance. It was a bead that was inscribed with a detection inscription. As long as he crushed it, someone would immediately notice it and rush over. There were only a few people in the entire Lu clan who could make Lu Rui crush the bead to summon them. Moreover, they were all at the martial monarch stage or above. "I am fine." After consuming the grade 1 life recovery pill that he had personally refined, Duan Lingtian, who was originally lying limp on the ground like a pile of mud, was miraculously able to stand up. As expected of a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. Qinghe's eyes lit up when he saw that. His breathing quickened involuntarily. One could imagine. If he could obtain the method to refine grade 1 pills with such high purity, his position in the Alchemist Guild on Cloud Continent would definitely rise. In the future, it would not be impossible for him to become the guild master of the Alchemists Guild's highest headquarters on Cloud Continent, and be worshipped by countless alchemists. I'm determined to obtain the method to refine high-purity pills. Cheng He's eyes gradually became determined. This was the reason why he had asked Ling Qi not to kill Duan Lingtian earlier. He wanted to pry the method to refine high-purity pills out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If Duan Lingtian died, his trip here would be in vain. As for Duan Lingtian, it was precisely because he had seen through Cheng He's thoughts that he risked his life and used the strategy of attacking Wei to rescue Zhao to rescue Feng Tianwu. If he had not done that, Feng Tianwu would definitely die. He did not doubt that at all. He had undoubtedly risked his life by doing that. However, he had wanted to gamble that Cheng He would stop Ling Qi from killing him. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Duan Lingtian, since you don't want the respect I've shown you, don't blame me for falling out with you. Chapter 1102. Cheng He finally tore off his last disguise and revealed his purpose of coming to the Lu clan to look for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had already guessed Cheng He's purpose, so he was not surprised. Lu Rui, who was standing at the side, had a strange expression on his face when he heard Cheng He's words. Others might not know how Duan Lingtian could become a Grade 1 alchemist at such a young age and refine Grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. However, Lu Rui knew about it very well. Duan Lingtian was a powerful alchemist who had cultivated the medicine refinement Tao to its peak in his previous life. Now that he had reincarnated with his memories, he did not have to start over on the medicine refinement Tao. In this life, he was a born medicine refinement master. As long as his cultivation base was sufficient, he could condense pill fire of any grade at any time and become an alchemist of any grade. This Cheng He seems to think Elder Duan has some special method to refine pills with more than 90% purity at such a young age. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui had a clear and wise mind. It was easy for him to guess Cheng He's thoughts. He knew that Cheng He was simply wasting his efforts. This was because it was almost impossible for anyone to replicate Elder Duan's method of refining pills with more than 90% purity. It was an achievement achieved by a powerful person in the past who had spent his entire life. If I don't tell you the method of refining pills with more than 90% purity, don't tell me you're going to kill me to silence me? Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard Cheng He's words. Instead, he asked calmly, I will first kill everyone around you that you care about. Then I will slowly torture you. When you have a mental breakdown, I will kill you. Cheng He said coldly as his eyes gleamed coldly. When Cheng He said this, he looked at Feng Tianwu meaningfully. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Duan Lingtian's reverse scale was none other than the people he cared about around him. If someone wanted to kill him, and he was no match for them, he would accept it without a second thought. However, he would never allow anyone to kill the people he cared about around him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He stared at Cheng He coldly and said word by word, Cheng He, you're playing with fire. Playing with fire. Playing with fire would burn oneself. There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian's words meant this. Playing with fire? Cheng He smiled brightly. I don't know about other things, but I'm pretty sure I know how to play with fire. I can even control a first-grade elixir fire, let alone an ordinary fire. When Cheng He reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. It was as though he was laughing at Duan Lingtian's words. Have you made your decision? Cheng He's eyes stared at Duan Lingtian again as his voice gradually turned cold. Arrogant! You're just a piece of trash who's trying to intimidate others. Duan Lingtian said word by word as he glanced at Cheng He in disdain. His face was filled with disdain. Every word he said was merciless. That won't work on me. However, Cheng He did not seem to mind Duan Lingtian calling him a piece of trash. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. You're just trying to infuriate me so that I'll fight with you. Although I don't know how you're so strong at such a young age, I know that I'm not as good as you, so I won't be so stupid as to fall for your trick. Cheng He said unhurriedly with an expression that said, I've seen through you long ago. Duan Lingtian's expression did not look too good after Cheng He saw through him. However, he seemed to have noticed something. He raised an eyebrow before he recovered. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 gusts of wind blew into the main hall. 3 old figures appeared next to Lu Rui and Duan Lingtian. They were 3 old men. One was as round as a ball, one was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the last one had a medium build. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the 3 old men. They were the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders. Lu Yuan, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji. All 3 of them were at the martial monarch stage. They were the pillars of the Lu clan. Clan leader, Elder Duan, Miss Tian Wu. After the 3 of them appeared, they greeted Lu Rui, Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu one after another. Then, they looked at Cheng He and Ling Qi, who were standing opposite them vigilantly. They had rushed over as soon as they saw the clan leader of Lu clan crushing the bead that was inscribed with the induction inscription. As the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, they knew the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, very well. They knew that if Lu Rui hadn't met with some serious or urgent matter, he definitely wouldn't have crushed that pearl on his own accord. Due to this reason, they rushed over as soon as they could without any hesitation. Whoosh! Soon, another gust of wind blew into the hall. Following that, an aged figure appeared. It was an old man with white hair and brows, and he seemed to have a sage-like demeanor. The sage-like old man stood next to Lu Rui. His face was calm like an ancient well. Former clan leader. When the old man appeared, whether it was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, or the other 3 guardian elders of Lu clan, all of them bowed at him respectfully. The old man was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Former clan leader? The previous clan leader of Lu clan? Duan Lingtian stood at the side. He was slightly shocked. He did not expect the previous clan leader of Lu clan to still be alive. Moreover, he was staying in the Lu clan. The people from the Alchemist Guild are really arrogant. I can't believe they came to our Lu clan to behave atrociously. After Lu Qiu nodded at Lu Rui and the others, he shifted his gaze and glanced at Cheng He and Ling Qi indifferently. There was a hint of anger in his voice. I've long heard that the former clan leader is the strongest person in Lu clan. Now that I've seen you in person, I can see how impressive you are. Cheng He forced a smile on his face and greeted Lu Qiu. However, Lu Qiu ignored him. Instead, he looked at the green-clad middle-aged man, Ling Qi, who was standing next to him. Whoosh! Without warning, Lu Qiu made his move. He moved without any warning. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball that had just left the barrel as he charged toward Ling Qi. Whoosh! When Lu Qiu made his move, Ling Qi moved as well. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Lu Qiu fearlessly. At the same time, both of their figures disappeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian and the others saw Lu Qiu and Ling Qi separated. Both of them took 5 steps back before they regained their footing and stared at each other fiercely. At the instant the 2 of them separated, waves of vast airwaves swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into gusts of violent winds that blew Duan Lingtian and the others' robes, causing them to flutter loudly. The heaven and earth energy that had yet to gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the air dissipated without a trace. Everyone present knew very well what had happened. Although the incident happened in just a blink of an eye, it was obvious that Lu Qiu and Ling Qi had exchanged blows, and it was a draw. No wonder you dared to behave atrociously in our Lu clan. So you're actually so powerful, Lu Qiu said as he looked at Ling Qi deeply. You're not bad yourself. Ling Qi's expression was still as cold as ever. However, when he looked at Lu Qiu, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. The brief exchange between Lu Qiu and Ling Qi ended in a draw. At this moment, the smile on Cheng He's face completely froze. Although he knew Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan, was the strongest person in the Lu clan, he did not expect Lu Qiu to be so powerful. His strength was on par with Ling Qi. Damn this Lu Qiu! Qing He cursed in his heart. Just a little bit more, and his 3 months of waiting would have been for nothing. All of this was because of the appearance of the former clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. If it was not for Lu Qiu, he might have succeeded. The former clan leader is indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the Lu clan. His reputation is well deserved. Chen He is impressed. Although Qing He was cursing Lu Qiu in his heart, he said something else with a fake smile on his face from the beginning until the end. After Lu Qiu appeared, Qing He realized that he had lost the upper hand. He didn't stay any longer and left with Lin Qi. Thank you, former clan leader. Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he saw Qing He and old man Ling Qi leaving so quickly. He immediately looked at Lu Qiu and thanked him with a smile. You're welcome, Elder Duan. When Duan Lingtian thanked Lu Qiu felt slightly flattered. Huh! In the beginning, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss with the way Lu Qiu looked at him. When he saw the flattered expression on Lu Qiu's face, he was even more certain of his discovery. Don't tell me he knows my true identity as well? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. That's not right. The clan leader once swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would never reveal my true identity. If that's the case, how did the former clan leader find out? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could not help but ask Lu Rui through voice transmission. He learned many things from Lu Rui, including the fact that the former clan leader had guessed his true identity. I see. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. The confusion in his heart gradually disappeared. In the sky above the Lu clan's estate, 2 figures left one after another. It was as though they had transformed into 2 short-lived bolts of lightning. They were none other than Qing He and Ling Qi, who had just left the Lu clan's estate. However, the direction they were flying in was not the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Lu clan! Lu Qiu! I'll never let this matter rest. Qing He muttered to himself, as his eyes gleamed coldly. Let's go! We'll go to the O clan. After that, we'll make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters in the southern outer land. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.